Welcome, everyone. We're just setting up the stream. I'll be with you guys shortly. All right. Welcome, everyone. It's me, Eskia. We're going to be casting Joe's games today. He's playing against the 2000 FIDE rated, so that's going to be exciting. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to set up the scenes. There's going to be like a 15-minute delay, and the games have been a little bit delayed as well. So there's going to be delay upon delay. But I'm gonna start when the chess.com OTB or DGT board is synced with the live feed, so we can get like both scenes working together. And yeah, then we're gonna go start. I hope you guys are having a great day. White Nose, thanks for the sub again at the Joe's channel. You've been going at it for 82 months. That's amazing, White Noise. That's crazy. That's crazy. Really nice. All right. So yeah, we're all here for Joe. Uh he had an amazing run yesterday. And I think he's having a great tournament so far. He's playing really well, and I hope to see him perform just as well today. He's on 2.5 out of 5, and that's pretty okay. And I hope I hope he can do well today as well. All right, I'll start getting up the scenes real quick for you guys. Let me get these live sources in here. All right, so this is Joe. we're gonna we're gonna undo this real quick. There we go. We got some nice Joe action going on. I think we can put it like this. I'll make my camera a little bit smaller. There we go. The games haven't started yet, so we're pretty much cruising here. I'm gonna put all the elements in the correct space. I think I can go here. And we can put the OTB right above my head, which will be great. Yes. Gonna add another browser source. The games haven't started yet, so we got a little bit of time. You guys will see me do everything in real time, so all right. This is the other game. can put the OTB here. Joe bruising and cruising. He got intimidation here going on. Yes, he has. What's up, everyone? They're starting right now, and the live feed is gonna catch up to the board. You guys will see the moves real quick. I'll try to keep them in sync with you. Wait, it's like this right now. King's Pawn opening, and we got a Scotch game going on. I think Joe has played this a billion times, so I think he's really experienced in this opening. He took, and his opponent also took back with the knight. All right. Joe brought out the bishop. Mute this feed. He should be at knight f5. All right, and I think we're all synced up now. So much for the technical difficulties out of the way. It's a Scotch. Yes, it's a Scotch. Let me see why this is like washed like that. I'm gonna see if I can change that. There we go. The colors were looking a little bit dull, but now it's looking nice. So I'm really not that experienced in the Scotch game at all, because I don't really play that opening. But I hope you guys in the chat can indulge me about what the exact dynamics of this opening is. Is his second is his move like knight f5 of the opponent? Is this any sound? Is this like any theory? Because I feel like it's kind of like an imbalance, no? Like Joe could just take the center, and this knight is gonna be, quickly to be bullied away. What do you guys think? You don't think so? It's in the classical variation. What the recommendations are from the engine is d5, which is just immediately striking in the center and in some way undermining this pawn, trying to take the defense of this knight away. But so far they're really in the think tank. At least Joe is in the think tank. Don't know if he faced this opening a lot, but it's pretty. It's also a thing. maybe every opening there are weird moves. Yeah, there are very weird moves. I mean, it's like a very typical thing. What happens is that in most, I had this discussion the other day. Like a lot of people in Europe, for example, go for these like Sicilian or French or whatever, and a lot of people don't face the French at all in the US. So there's like this cultural difference of opening choices. It seems like, but yeah, what happens in the US is that a lot of people just tend to go for these center openings, and you know the Italian, the Rui Lopez, the classic E4 E5, the D4 D5, those type of things. And whereas in Europe, a lot of people tend to play more asymmetrical, so it seems like. But that's just a wild theory of mine. So that doesn't necessarily have to be true. But yeah, um, what we have here is a Scotch game. I'll go over the opening real quick. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, D4, E takes D4, Knight takes D4, Bishop C5, Knight F5, and Queen F6 coming from Joe. That's something else, no, guys? All right. If it was Blitz, you just wrote it, yeah. And what this actually does, and I think this is like a quite nice. Oh wait, our opponent also moved. He did Knight C3. Yeah, what this does, I'll go over it briefly. Is that he wants to do the D4 push, obviously, at some point. But when you do it, wow, the opponent sitting next to them just arrived. Is that so? He arrived pretty late. That's crazy. Okay, we're pretty much in sync with the live feed. Yeah, you just move your queen out of the way, so there's no queen trade shenanigans going on. And you could use this square later on, or like when you castle long, for example, you'll just have your rook on the d file. I'm really curious as to what's going on here. Like, what would be some good continuations from here? Um, the engine gives a slight eval to white. The top engine move being knight G E7. Like this. And that's obviously to get this nice outposted knight out of the way, or at least question it. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna move away? There we go. With the exclam. And this is what happens in most openings. You get like an outposted knight, and you obviously don't want to trade into them again, because that'll give him like another opportunity to develop and support this push. And they're like, yep, I've been contested. Let me just fall back, which also allows for these type of shenanigans on the king side. But we're just in early development, nothing too excited going on. With d5. because that's what the engine says. Yeah. I wish we all had the engine depth, so we could just always play the top engine line. Is there a place we can see the current tournament standings? I think they're on chess results so far. But our opponent falls back with the knight. This is not, I would say, typically a square where you want to put your knight on. It's not your typical f3, e2, or these squares for the knight. But we just hit them with the little reroute. Like the knight went back here. I can't draw arrows today. So they are still exerting a lot of pressure on the d5 square. So it's going to be very rough for Joe to actually contest that. That's why the engine says d6. We want to develop the rest of our pieces, get our bishop out of the way, but we cannot play d5 yet because it's overloaded with defenders. So we're gonna have to come up with a nice game plan here. Yeah, d3 is would be the correct way of going about it. I can here. There we go. I'll make it the same size as the chessboard. So yeah, in these type of central pawn openings, what I like to do is I like to play on the open files that we created. We got some nice active lines here. You guys can see it already. This knight is kind of pinned already. Like if this knight were to move anywhere, we would just have a checkmate straight up. So, I mean, it's OTB, right? So it won't happen, I guess. But you guys get the gist. Usually, the typical ways of going about it is to just castle, put your rook on the nice semi-open d file or e file. Sorry. Once we play d6, the bishop can get out. For now, he can't get out because all these squares are kind of contested in a way. These squares, that is, but we can still go to e6. I would say there are some considerations of fianchettoing the bishop here too, the light squared bishop, so he can get out this way. I'd say this is a very strong diagonal, except once we put our pawn here, it might be very restrictive for this bishop, so you don't have any like retreat squares to go to. Once like a3 b4 push happens, once you go here, and then a4 push happens, and then a5 will get your bishop trapped here. But then we can play a6 and slot the bishop in the a7 pocket right here, right above the rook. I'd say this is looking pretty good for Joe. He's looking pretty confident. He's looking pretty chill. I saw him even drop a little yawn, so I think he's doing just fine. Yeah. What's what you guys' opinion on the opening so far? It's not your typical line, I'd say, but I think it's really good to just go straight into a sideline. It'll take your opponent off guard too. And yes, it will just put you. Oh, there we go. We got castles on the board. We got castles on the board. D3 you should consider an A4. Oh yeah, that's also an option. Yeah. All right. So we got a castles. I mean, this is just Joe is just completing his development. I think this is just the correct way of going about it. Oops. He just played his bishop. Let me see if I can sync the times here. Okay, I think we're synced right now. Yes, we're completely in sync. Good. Our bishop, our opponent played bishop e2. Um, he's also just considering finishing his development up. And I'd say, this is also pretty good. If we just flip the board real quick, we can see our opponent's bishops are looking at the king side. This knight can hop in at any time. We kind of have a queen out in the open here. This happens in a lot like Rui Lopez setups as well. And they kind of try to defend the d4 square. This queen is pretty okay here, but later on, once we've like completed development, there might be some problems here with the queen getting kicked around. And that could happen really quickly. Once we, for example, get rid of this pawn, we can get kicked out by the knight with an extra tempo, and then the knight can come over here, and that'll pose like all kinds of problems for us. That's why I think he castle first. Yes, we got the d4. Oh, sorry, the d6 from Joe. And our opponent castled as well. Just like I said, just completing the development. In a way, they're playing it quite calm. But like I said, this queen move here, the engine didn't like it already. The engine gave it like a question mark. But the eval isn't that far off, it's like 0.21. But still, it's an asset, but also a liability when you have your queen out in the open like this. Usually in the French, you can put it up in b6, and then you can kind of have this kind of pressure going around. And in the Scotch, apparently, you can put it here too, where you also have like a lot of squares that the queen controls. But it is always a little bit of a risk. The principle is, of course, pieces that have high mobility, that can move multiple squares at one time, which is a queen or a rook. Those usually you develop them as last, right? Because the queen can get in here via other ways, right? But you kind of go against opening principles. But that's what we do with these sidelines. We try to get our opponent in unknown territory and see how they play and react to that. SK, are you a French player? Yes, I've recently picked up the French, and so far I've been enjoying it a lot. I've played the French Exchange. I played the Advanced. I played the Classical. Monte Carlo, you name it. I play them all. So yeah, there are some issues here with the queen early on. We might get pawn stormed here, and the rook is right opposed to the queen, so we might have some issues there as well. But I think so far, no like urgent moves have been done. The development has just been going on. I don't see any like forcing moves happening yet. No checks, captures, and threats so far. Um, and like I told you guys, the quick checkmate that would happen if the knight would move is no longer applicable because white neatly castled. Yeah, what black can do here with the early queen here is that you can also go into like queen g6 type stuff where you pin this pawn and then you can put all kinds of pieces on these squares, and that could lead to some weaknesses on the white side. But so far we are just in the developing phase. It's only move 9. It's only move 9. Against French players, are always play the Monte Carlo. Yeah, I think that's the most uncomfortable opening variation so far for me. Because what happens is that there's a pawn. There's a pawn here, right? Or sorry, it's like this. There are 2 pawns here, and I usually have my queen and my bishop here, and then they can just push c5 and threaten my bishop away, taking away my battery that I have. So that's really annoying. Oh, Joe made a move. It looks like he's planting his knight right in the center on d4. Like we saw, there's a lot of pressure going on d5 from our opponent, but the same applies true for us. We got some pressure applying on d4. So that's what we're gonna do here in the opening phase. We're gonna play on our strong squares. We're gonna be putting the knight there, and eventually we can just develop the bishop at a meaningful square. The thing is with bishop development, I'm not reading my own chat. No, I don't. We don't have joint chat, so I have to put like 2 chats open. So I'll check my own chat real quick. All right, let me say hi to everyone there. What's up? What's up, Smiko Boofius? What's up, Derp? What's up, Oscar Chess? What's up, Liquid Bears? What's up, Clever Combat? What's up, Nachual? What's up, Thinker Teacher? What's up, Angry Dwarf as well? What's the etiquette of firing up bullet game in the middle of commentary? Hey, man. He called Oscar by his full legal name, Oscar Chess. Usually I say that when he's done something naughty, Oscar Chess, did you do your homework? Anyways, let me get back to the game real quick. And another thing going on here in this game is you can develop your knights like on their squares that they're used to. e7, f6, c6, d7, but the bishop can go to multiple squares in the opening. So usually what happens is you either one, develop your bishop early to get to the diagonal first. In some openings, certain diagonals are heavily contested, and it's really useful to get your bishop out there and being the first one to control that diagonal. Or you delay your bishop development. And what does that mean when you delay your bishop development? It means that you are looking for a suitable square, but the game has not been really clear as to where to go right now, Thank you guys for the follows, by the way. So a really easy development move would be bishop d7. But if something else were to happen and our bishop needed to go somewhere else, then we needed to reroute the bishop again. So you kind of want to wait out a little bit, delay the development of your bishop once you know there's a really good suited square for it. And as of now, we don't really need to connect the rooks right now. So we still can delay the development of our light squared bishop. But our opponent doesn't give a damn. He went from bishop e2 to bishop d3. And this is what I was just talking about. Once you developed your bishop, this happens. There might be another attractive square that you wanted to go to, and that will cost you a tempo. It'll cost you a tempo, and it's tempos are expensive. They are the currency that you spend your moves on with, and it's better to just plant your bishop on the right diagonal in the first try, ideally. If not, you just reroute your bishop, but it'll cost you a tempo. Our opponent played bishop d3, and here we already have some kind of plans of like, a discovered attack here. While we, attack the queen, and we attack this pawn on h7. Let's say, for example, we put the queen here, and then we play this, and it's like, oh, my queen is under attack, I have to take, and then bam, you're checkmated, and that's how it goes. But yeah, so far that's the thing. And now Joe is thinking what he wants to do here. I think what the ideal solution would be here, since we castled on the same side, right? My idea would be to look at certain dynamics on the board. We got our pawn chain facing this side, so I would think to set up an attack on the king side from our perspective, and the same would apply to our opponent. He's just got a center pawn on e4, which means he's got a little bit more space on the queen side, I guess. Yeah, so I would play the game as such. We got still some development to do, but our advantage here, I'd say, is that our opponent played his bishop twice, and we haven't developed our bishop yet, so we can kind of use that quote-unquote extra tempo wisely. But it is apparently, bishop e2 is apparently the top engine move. But also the opponent played the top engine move with bishop d3. So apparently this is all, known. This is all typical in the Scotch. It looks like the engine favors white in this scenario, but that just has to do with the way engine heuristics are set up. White has a lot more center control, so that accounts for a lot of points. And we got an early queen out, which will be bullied around a couple of times for some tempo. So that's the situation that's been going on here. But other than that, I'd say they're both playing at 96 and 93% accuracy. No blunders have been made so far. So the game is not by all means over or anything. White doesn't have a decisive advantage yet, but the engine slightly favors white in this situation. And I think that's just in practical play that's pretty negligible. What I would do here, what I see in Joe's position is we can just get rook e8 in the way, put that on the semi-open file. We could even pull out some c6. That's what I would like to see. So we actually contest this d5 file, and we restrict this popular square where both the knight and the bishop can go. Of course, our outpost knight here is defending that. So we could even try something like this, gain some space on the queen side. There's a lot of game plans to be made here. What's the queen doing there? Yeah, I'm asking myself the same question. C3, yeah, C6, yeah, that's what I thought as well. A lot of options to play. Well, I'll show you the opening real quick there. We started with an e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, e takes, knight takes, bishop c5, knight f5, queen f6. That's how the queen ended up there. Knight c3, knight ge7, which was the only move. We're bullying away the outpost knight. Knight goes back, e3. Go castles, bishop e2, d6, castles, knight d4, and bishop d3. And we're back at the current game state. That's what happened. The engine doesn't really favor it, but yeah, I don't like whenever I play in my rating bracket and I see the early queen out. Usually, I play like a Rui Lopez or like a Italian in this situation, and I just know the moment my development is completed, and I can get like a nice anchor going on here, and then just start pushing my pawns. This queen will eventually have to be moved, and it's gonna cost tempo. And then we can hit it a couple of times with tempo as well, and then he has to move it again, which will give us like a nice attack on the king side, at least from black or from white's perspective. Um, Again, it's a double-edged sword. The moment we f3 and we push, it's gonna weaken this side. It's gonna weaken our king, but that's why we don't do it just now. But later, it might be a nice plan to go about it. And it seems that yeah, the engine gives recommendations as to doing queen h4. Which is quite a spicy move. You know, your queen is out here anyways. You might as well use it as a resource here. With all kinds of possibilities here. But then white just has a simple g3. Basically, I think that's the idea here, where we just go in and provocate a weakness on the light squares, and then just pull our queen back. We can just go in as well. F4 straight away, bruh. $5 on white. What's up, Legram, bro? All right. F4. F4 a coming. But yeah, we kind of do need to find a nice square for a bishop here, but it's not the worst, I guess. Now, especially with these light squares open, we could even fianchetto it, to be honest. F4 is coming almost no matter what. Oh, the engine doesn't seem to agree with the F push. Let's say we do this. F4 happens. The engine says D5. Ooh. Okay, hold on. Please go back. Joe played knight G6. The engine doesn't seem to like it that much. What do you guys think? I think it's a tricky one. But yeah, in a way, maybe like what Ken Velo said. Sure, we're gonna try to prevent F4, but it's gonna happen regardless. I think you could still play it. I'll just play the moves on analysis real quick. We take it with the knight, and we kind of pinned ourselves here. Which is gonna be, we're gonna be in a little bit of a pickle. G4 happens. We give the check. King G2, and now both the queen and the knight is hanging. But it's okay. We can go here. The engine prefers this. Are we not gonna? Oh wait, it's protected by the bishop. Just kidding. We can go here. But now this looks kind of dire in terms of black. And the engine gives 1.5 points to white here. So I think that's a little bit rough. That's a little bit rough. The knight is not hanging. Yes, yes. Luke, welcome. It seems a bit strange, but you see the logic. Yes. So far, the queen move and the knight move have been kind of questionable, but I think Joe will do just fine here. This is a tempo 95. It should be hard to calculate f4. It seems too aggressive. I don't know. That's the reason why knight c6 was because of knight c d5. Yes. Yeah, that's happening too. It's extremely logical. Yeah, well, I told you guys like the rook was opposing the queen, and the moment this pawn attacks something or goes out of the way, there's an attack going on. So we're kind of dealing with that as we speak. And like Oscar said in the chat, um, this is gonna hit like a brick. We're gonna have an outposted knight, and it's gonna be a fork here too. So the queen has to fall back to d8. So we actually defend this. Or alternatively, the line could go like I showed you guys. The line could go as such. This, check, king g2, and then queen e5. But then again, the knight c d5 is gonna hit like a ton of bricks. We can bully it away though. Then he could just move back. Or no, wait, we can hit the queen again with tempo. That happens. We just have to move back again. Guess we'll just move back here. And then we get hit with knight c7 with the fork. And if we go to e6, we get hit with the fork again. So the f4 line is very, very treacherous. You just want to open files with white? Yes, yes. And I think that's exactly what white is gonna do. Joe loves his time, so I trust he has some kind of plan in a classical game. Yes. Was knight g6 a prophylactic move? I think so too. Yes, for physics. He would have prioritized the development of the bishop, not too happy with his position. Difficult stuff. Yeah, it's complicated. It's pretty complicated. But so far, you know, I think Joe is doing great. I think the game will, over time, a game tends to normalize. The game, due to entropy, the advantages kind of standardize into, normality. If you have any kind of lead in development, your opponent can catch up to your development. If you're behind in development, you can make some pawn moves, some moves again, and you're kind of normalized into a game. So there is some slight advantage to white here, especially with the lines that I just showed you guys, because there's a significant threat going on with knight cd5, knight c7, and I could just fork Joe here. And I think he just did that to prevent f4. But yeah, you can play f4 regardless and open up the lines anyway. What it could do is that, if you do this, if you strictly look at pawn structures, you kind of have like an isolated king's pawn then as white. So, that might be the long-term drawback here. Of course, there is something more urgent going on, but this is also like a consideration that you should keep in mind. It affects the pawn structure too. Yeah, I think, again, we were talking about this bishop here. We can't really go here. We can't really go here. We can't really go here. So I think we are just going to either go with e6 or with d7. And I have a hunch that we kind of want to keep this this square open for these knights to retreat in a way. So the bishop is going to go on d7 by process of elimination, I'd say. But that's what I think. He's probably thinking about f4 for white. Knight c6. But I see why he played. Yeah, exactly. This is Frey, what's up? I'm a really good commentator. Thank you. Entropy. It's Andre Chess. Welcome, man. Buongiorno. This is top tier. Joe let out a little bit of a yawn. Probably had a rough night of sleep. That's our champion right there, guys. Handsome Joe. But yeah, he's thinking long and hard about his position. It's gonna be a rough one. Yeah, I'd say let's get our bishop out of the way. Let's centralize our rooks and try to get some active counterplay somewhere else. Because if we flip the board, um, White's game plan looks pretty straightforward from this point onward. We could even do like a cheeky knight reroute here on this side. And we can anchor our pawn chain here on f3 even. We can just consolidate this strong setup, put it on f3, and then start pushing like this. And everything is supported by these strong bishops, and you'll just have a jolly good time. I mean, this is kind of what chess is, right? Like you assess the situation. You got strong bishops looking at the king side. You got some fork possibilities. From the white perspective, you got this early queen out that you can exploit, that you can just hit with an extra tempo. You got some possibilities of a pawn storm that I just showed. The rooks aren't connected, so we can exploit that in some way. So I think that's what chess is all about, you know. We can just I would genuinely play f3 instead of the f4. And kind of get like a nice pawn storm going on. Because what this means is that there's also like a theoretical thing that I've f3 sucks ass. The Netherlands game later. Oh yeah. Are you used playing you don't like where the bar is at? Yeah. The second yawn. We need a yawn counter, yeah. Are you Italian? No, I'm not Italian, but one of the chatters was Italian. I'm Turkish, but I live in the Netherlands. So f3 is criminally bad. I'd rather pass the turn. guys. I mean, I'm not the best chess player, but you don't need to. All right, let's entertain me for a moment, guys. All right, all right. We just we just lose. We just lose about an entire. We just lose about an entire point when we play f3. We lose about an entire point, chat. uh, Lucky Bears, this is a classical game. This is a classical game. The thing with classical games is that you get 1.5 hour and some more time after move 40, and it's with a 30-second increment. You know, some people play 30 seconds an entire game. You know, that's like hyper bullet, right? What elo are these guys? Joe at the moment, his life elo. Well, my voice skipped real quick there. That's embarrassing. Joe's elo is 1775, and our opponent's Ithohan Gold is 2013. So there's a significant elo gap, but as you guys know, Joe is already doing pretty well in in his chess.com rating. So you were thinking about well-being of Joe with f3. Yes. Yeah, we can indeed help Joe out with a little bit of f3 here. Let's help Joe out, and then we got the knight e6. which, you know, ultimately defends the c7 square for that nasty fork that we just showed earlier. It does feel kind of counterintuitive though to drop back like a strong outpost knight. But I'd say we kind of have to untangle all these pieces in terms of development. I would say indeed we'll just drop back the knight here, defend this, and hope our opponent thinks the same way that I think. Lucky Bears, be nice, man. They played endgame with 10 seconds on the clock. E3 sucks. F3 Loki, the worst move in the position. I mean, let's hope for Joe that the opponent plays that, you know. I'm sure he's thinking about that. I'm sure his opponent is thinking exactly like I'm thinking. Our opponent is thinking like, yes, I'm gonna play f4, and you know, let's play the top engine lines. Then we play g4. You know, we're starting the pawn storm. Oh, this is what the engine wants. Bishop d3. He wants to switch positions with the knight here. Okay, that the knight has to move away, so it makes space for the bishop. Keeps this knight pinned. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Then we play this one, but that just gives up a free pawn. Let's not do that. I think we can go here, no? We can go here. Scoot our queen over and get, you know, I'm so focused on getting this pawn storm to work that, you know, I don't care about what the engine says. Is that the sexy Joe Bruin that I see on your screen? Yes, and his bald-headed companion. Damn right. Damn right. What's up, Amen IRL? This layout is very sus, Eskia. Why do I only see half of Joe? The opponent wanted to not be on the stream entirely, so that's why we scooted over the live feed a little bit like this. So, but he just comes into the view whenever he leans forwards. I could probably put him slightly to the left. Let's do that. Let's put the guy slightly to the left. Make the rest of it a little bit bigger so we can see Joe in all its glory. There we go. Are you calling him fat? No, I didn't. Asking opponents for permission to be on live stream is always hella awkward. I've done tournament stream and it's always an interesting 10 to 20-second interaction. Yes. TikTok brain, you guys cannot analyze a game for 4 hours straight. Exactly. I've been at every chess tournament in the past 2 years and I've never seen you there. Let's see what Joe's chat says. Yes. I just hope the opponent plays a blunder of some sort. And we can get some kind of advantage going on. So yeah, I think now is kind of the time that the opponents and both Joe are gonna take a little bit more of their time because we're kind of in the middle game, and this is where you kind of need to select your candidate moves, where you kind of have to calculate a couple of deep moves deep in, and this is what the phase they're at now. They're in the middle game. I'd say early middle game because it's only 10 moves in. We have yet to complete our development, but like I showed you guys, the threat of knight cd5 is pretty real. We're gonna get kicked around either like that or like this, you know. Um, but that will just get chopped away like this. So that that knight move isn't a threat, but the other knight move is a threat. So um, that's kind of where we're at right now. Usually, what helps with having like a really nice outpost like this is that you also support the b5 square indirectly. And if you were to have, you know, your bishop here, you could set up like a nice pawn storm on this side too, and all the while it's being supported by pieces. And that's the advantage of having a really nice outpost knight like this. You're having kind of like an octopus knight, as they call it. You're uh, you're using all of your squares, your all of your 8 squares to go to, and you can kind of, you know, set up a game plan according to that extra range of control that you have with the octopus knight. Wait, knights don't move that way. But yeah, that's an opportunity for Joe to possibly think about this type of stuff. If there were like opposite side castles situations going on, or in general, just to prevent the opponent from going here. I think we have to play c6 at some point. That's what I think. Yeah, alternatively, we just have to drop this guy back. But then we, you know, hamper the development of our light squared bishop again. But yeah, it's gonna hamper the development of this light square bishop as well. And ultimately, we have to find another good square for this knight again. So we keep using tempi for these knights. While ideally, I would like to, you know, consolidate my pawn structure, develop the bishop somewhere, get the rooks in the center, and then go play about that. Yeah, that's what I would have liked to see. Joe's about to get octopus. It's so it seems. So it seems. These knights. Eski did a smart thing by not combining chats. Yes. The ink is going to make it even darker. Yes. Also, what's up, not franchise? I just called you by your full government. Joe looks a bit worried. Yeah, he is kind of in deep thought. He kind of, I think he's in this phase which you have in chess where you're like, oh, I done messed up. But, you know, you kind of have to work with the means you have, right? Why is the bar so big in White's favor? Well, first of all, because they're engines and they just can immediately play the best move. But also because of this threat going on. And yeah, because we don't have knight f6 here, we don't have control over that square, so they can just go in there. And even if we had control over it, he has two knights. Even if he were to take that knight, he can just put another knight in on the same place. Yeah, I would have said the game plan would have been c6 from my end, but it's our opponent's move right now. And our opponent has a couple of lines here. The engine, as I showed you guys, shows this knight d5, but there's also knight f4, which is also quite an urgent move. But there's also a third engine move, which is king h1. And you're going to be like, Eski, what the hell? A king move? Like, what does that even mean? Well, as I showed you guys, the moment this guy moves away, this turns into, or if the other knight moves away, if this guy ever moves away, this kind of turns into a pin, and we just move away, for example. And then, this is kind of like a really nice point to attack. And I think he also kind of wants to step away from any kinds of pins here. But yeah, those are the three candidate moves that the engine says. That was a move I would play probably, but I do like my prophylaxis. Yeah, damn right. Eski, how are you worse at chess than you are? Well, I'm as good and as bad as I am. Are you using Twitch stream together to sync your streams? No, I'm not. Okay. It's good that our opponent is burning some clock, burning some time on the clock. He's already at 59 minutes, while Joe is sitting at a comfortable 1 hour and 4 minutes. Well, 4 minutes and 51 seconds. So I'd round that up to 1 hour and 5 minutes. So we're a solid 5 minutes ahead. And 5 minutes is a lot, right? Our opponent is probably thinking what Ken Velo said in the chat about f4. It looks like the most forcing and attacking move here. Usually, what I think is that you have a tempo move here on the queen, right? What I like to do usually is keep this move in the pocket, right? So the threat is always there. That move is gonna happen, So you can just play other moves, and just while your opponent is scrambling, you hit him with the knight d5. You hit him with the knight d5, and just as he thought he was defending this square, for example, now he's not. He has to move away the queen, and then you gain some kind of advantage because you kept this knight move in the pocket. So that's kind of like yeah. F4 or king h1. Joe does not like his position. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, practically, playing theoretical chess, like an engine is different, and playing practical chess, quote unquote, human moves chess is different as well. Yeah, horse micro. Damn right. Oh, our opponent has moved. Our opponent went with the wrong knight, guys. And this is what I mean. The engine calls it a miss. Because, you know, like I said, you're kinda opening very important squares here. And unironically, we could just move forward, guys. We could just move forward. We can do this. Allow that. And then the bishop g4 happens. Then this happens. Knight takes. Knight takes. Now the knight is pinned. And now f4 is not possible, or f3 is not possible because the pin is happening, you know? So that's why our opponent should have used the other knight, the c knight, and not the other knight that was on the e file. So these are the long-term repercussions of moving the wrong knight. And it looks like Joe moved. Queen d8. I think this is this is just practical stuff, right? We both get the queen off of this highly attackable square. Plus, we defend the c6 square, and you know we can kind of go and kick this knight away as well. But that was those were the complications that happened. White is 2K rated. White is 2K rated. Also, what's up, Red? Good to see you. Let me give you a shout out real quick. $2K? Yes. Yes, white is 2K rated. But they're probably going to US tournaments, right? So there might be some discrepancy between US FIDE and I guess European FIDE or Russian FIDE. But yeah, that was the repercussions of using the wrong knight. Oh, it looks like our opponent plays b4. Yeah, that's a really nice move actually. We're gonna have to retreat our knight, or sorry, our bishop. I don't see a takes here as it's defended. And any kind of counter threat would just, yeah, how would that even work? This. Oh, and then the knight takes happens. And then we anchor our knight there. This looks like a good, this is like an okay continuation, but then again, you got a really good knight outposted on d5. And again, we got a good outpost knight here. So. That looks interesting. This looks interesting. USCF is like 150 points below FIDE, but Couch probably a better person to ask. Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, the queen gets to start the game over. Yeah, but that's the thing. The sooner you realize you made a mistake, the sooner you can go about and start correcting that mistake. And I think that's what that's the best course of action. Like, hey, let me just retreat to the starting square. But then again, if you think of it, moving your queen there is one tempo, moving your queen back is another tempo. So effectively, we kind of lost 2 tempi, for this maneuver, which is quite expensive. I'd say tempi are really important. And well, our opponent kind of moved the bishop twice in the opening here. He just played bishop e2 and then bishop d3, which is also like, I guess, a loss of tempo, but that's a loss of one tempo, right? Well, we moved our queen there and then we moved our queen back. And now we have to move our queen somewhere else again, you know, so that's the thing here. Let's see what happens. I just showed you guys the c6 line. Let's see what happens when we actually fall back here. The bishop develops here. And then we kind of put some pressure on the b6 square. Y is immediately taking not well here. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you have this, if we look from the white's perspective, you have this good knight, good knight versus bad bishop idea, you know? So you don't necessarily want to trade. But then again, our knights are interconnected, right? So we could just take, and then put the knight there again. Except our outpost is not an absolute outpost, but it's an outpost that can get threatened. So we eventually have to move out of there. And the engine says F4. So yeah, that's what happens. And then we get this kind of structure where we attack all these squares. And we try to outpost our own knight there. But then again, this knight can also just get bullied away with c3. So it's interesting. Both players are looking for nice squares for their knights. What's up, Joe? Oh, what, Joe? What's up, Speeches? What's up, Bishop Stars? Joe looks terrified. Yes, he's not really having a good time. So it seems like. Let me open the chat real quick. USCF, sorry, I said that the wrong way. 150 points higher than FIDE. Oh, right. Right. So USCF is the inflated one. And it's a couple of your FIDE should be lower than that. All right. Let me pull up the chessboard real quick. So the opponent played it, and I think he's leaned back. His body language is really confident, I'd say. That's what happens in OTB chess. You kind of get more confident the more you are advantageous in the game. But yeah, two options that I see. I showed you guys the c6 line where we trade um, takes, and then we got two opposing knights. Oh, it looks like Joe moved. He moved back. And well, that was the line that included c6. But this is the line he opted for, the line to play with the bishop falling back, which is also like the top engine move here. And I think what's gonna happen here is that we can go. The top engine move is a4, with the idea of obviously trapping the bishop here, and it's gonna either force a6 or c6 or a5 even. But the engine is opting for c6. We still play a5. We don't get the bishop trapped, but when you think of it like this, we're getting tempo with an attack. But also, if we were to trade everything off, if we trade all the pieces off, we got 2 advanced pawns, and that will help us in the late game as well. Our opponent opted to take the bishop, which is an interesting move. It's the second or the third best move here. Usually you want to capture towards the center with your pawns. And I think that's exactly what Joe did here. We got a takes b6, which obviously opens up the knight, or sorry, the rook from this side. Prevent any kinds of bishop shenanigans, I guess. And since our rooks aren't connected anyway, this gives us a viable pathway to develop our rook that way. I mean, it's not ideal, obviously, but you gotta make do with the cards that you're dealt, right, guys? James, what's up? We're watching Joe play Izam Gold, and they're currently at move 13. Okay, so what happened here is that, in the grand scheme of things, we traded a bishop for a knight, which means we don't have a bishop pair anymore. Which, as you guys know in the chat, high-rated people are enjoying the bishop pair. Our opponent played a move. It's the f4. He just did a kind of a move order thing. He captured there and then pushed the f4. And now our queen isn't there, so we can't really defend this square at all. And that square is double attacked anyway, so we are having some issues here. We don't have the central e-pawn anymore to stop these guys. And this looks really strong from our opponent. Taking control of all these squares. Like this. It's defended. And this pawn is also double defended. And it's looking pretty solid. Looking kind of like a Grand Prix attack, right? Like in the Sicilian that you would play, where you just push these guys. It's a very, very a classical way, a romantic way of playing it, I guess. And we kind of, on Team Joe here, we kind of need to get back some synergy, some harmony between our pieces. Because it looks like we have a knight out in the center. We have a knight on a square that he would rather not be on. I would rather have this knight somewhere else. We don't have our rooks connected yet. We got a couple of problems to solve on Joe's side yet. Whereas white just has a very clear-cut game plan. I have central pawns. They are defended. I am pushing these, and I'm opening up my lines as I'm pushing. So Joe has to engineer something against this simple yet effective game plan from white. What I would like to see here, and this is my humble 1400 elo recommendation, is probably get our doubled pawn out of the way. This type of stuff. Anchor the knight there. Have a jolly good time. Of course, f5 is gonna happen, but then we got this. He's just gonna keep on pushing because we can't really do much about it. If we take, it's gonna weaken our king side significantly. If we take with this, we hang our queen. So either way, taking is a very, very bad endeavor from our side. So what do we do in these type of situations? It feels counterintuitive, but it's true. We let them take us, Let's say we play rook e8. We let them take us. And what does that mean? You're like, wow, Eski, what the hell? You just let a pawn get to the 7th rank, But this pawn also acts like an umbrella for us. He can't attack his own pieces. That's against the rules of chess. This pawn, as much as it is an offensive asset for white, it's also a defensive asset for us. It provides us an umbrella. Our king is surprisingly safe here, unless there are some action going on the f8 square later on, and then we kind of have to address it, But this is what is probably going to happen, I'd say, because as we looked at both instances, of taking the pawn, both of the situations are disadvantages for black. So we're just going to have to develop our pieces and let's just hope that he just takes and we are safe here under the pawn umbrella of g7. And unironically, that would also help us develop some of our pieces and get the rook in play. And we can kind of, I see a universe where this game kind of untangles and unwinds into a normal playable situation for Joe. That is. Position looks fried. Yeah, it's practically it's more difficult to play from the black end than it is from the white end. So that's also like a thing, the game plan of white is pretty clear cut. It's just push pawn, attack, attack, attack. Kind of like Ooga Booga chess, as they call it. And black has to find the creative resources to actually defend this pawn push. And like I showed you guys, if we kind of fix our pawn structure like this, we're Gucci. And if they push, we just go back here. Oh, my bad. Because that would give them a tempo here. We would not want that. We go upwards. We go knight e5. The push still happens. Both instances of taking doesn't look good. So we move our rook out of the way. And then we just let him take us. And then we can go and consider, a bishop e6, for example. Get some development going on. We're going to connect our rooks. And maybe then we can get our queen out somewhere. Unfortunately, there are some threats that could happen. I usually develop my queen to c7 because this looks like really nice place where you get nice long lines. But there's always this threat going on. But now with bishop e6, we have a way of neutralizing that. They have an outpost pawn, but that's not as nearly as scary as an outpost knight. So, and the engine gives minus 0.4 for black. So if we go down these type of lines, then the game kind of normalizes, and Joe is just back in the game again. Move has been made. Oh yes, it has. Queen h4 has been put down on the board, and that's yeah, practically speaking. What are we thinking about here, guys? What's the idea here? Because f5 is gonna happen. Knight e5. Maybe this type of ideas? Is that what he wanted? Is that what he foresaw? Yeah, we kind of have to dissect this move a little bit. Maybe a knight queen attack. Yeah, exactly, driver. That's what I thought. But there are other problems that black needs to solve as well. German players are boosted by 300 or so by rating. Yeah, that seems about right. F5, rook f4. Yeah. Let's see. And then this happens. And then we have to go back again, guys. It's funny that I say this, but the top engine move is rook d8. It's rook d8. And, there were some occasions early on where you can go, like queen h4, I'd say here, where you provoke a weakness and then retreat, or just go here or here. So you get some kind of weakness on the light squares. Like that's a queen move that provokes something, right? But so far we had queen going back to d8, and then we have a queen going back to h4 again. And usually there is a rule of like pieces to an attack. You have one defender here, and we got two attackers soon, and soon a third. I guess, if I'm being really generous. But ideally, you would want to keep off with that move where we first develop our pieces, get like some kind of rook battery going on, and then we play the move. Because this is not a provoking queen move anymore. Like at this point, this is with an intent of attacking here, and plopping down the knight. After f5 happens, we just plop the knight there. Or sorry, here, and then we reroute it to here. But then you would just have two pieces in the attack, and white can easily just bring more pieces to the dance, and even just play h3. Let's just entertain this for a second, real quick. This happens, knight e5. Yeah, knight d5 is happening. Let's say if he plays this, yeah, h3 happens, and then the entire attack is kind of botched. We have to move back, which costs us another tempo, and then knight takes c7 happens. So ultimately, what I think is going to happen is that, you know, our opponent will probably find this move. And then, you know, I think we're going to have this again. I think we're going to have the queen d8 again. Alternatively, we could just kick this knight away, but then we just drop the other pawn. And we can get the bishop out of the way. Let's say queen trade offered. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, whenever the pressure gets too hot, white can just offer a queen exchange, and you kind of are forced to retreat. Rook a e8, centralizing our rook. But this is already not looking too hot for black. I'm 2050. I'm right into 2500 would be higher than 2100 against me. Yeah. Because it's because the standard deviation, right? Welcome, welcome. Unlike f5, because you give a knight. Yes, you allowed the knight to move. I think we could just keep it as is, right? Like your pawns are placed well there, and you can kind of formulate a plan around these pawns and use them as outposts. I think they're trying to trade queens and then put pressure on a2. Yeah, but you know, when you're having an attack, you ideally don't want to be. You don't want to trade off your queen. That's majority of your firepower in the attack. But yeah, there is still the threat of knight d5. And that's the problem with doubled pawns. If you push this, then this becomes undefended. If you push this, then this, you know, and move the bishop away, then you have some kind of backwards pawn here that, you know, white can't attack it easily, but it's still a weakness, I would say. So these are like, you know, doubled pawns are quite an easy target, and this is exactly the reason why they're an easy target. Because you can just hop in, target this, the moment he pushes, you can take. And then we are forced to play some tempo game on the queen. And then the queen trade is going to be happening. You don't want to be the one initiating it, though. You want them to take into you, so you develop your knight with it, you know? And that's why we just saw the rook move, where we just move our rook and centralize it. They would just have a knight here, which they eventually can just outpost or solidify by playing a4, a5. So, you know, white has solid center control, is gonna target these weaknesses here, and have some space advantage on the queen side too, which eventually will shut down any kind of counterplay. Because that's usually also a thing when you're playing chess. You shouldn't be worried with just attacking here. There could also be options of attack or counter attacking on the flank, and there's a rule about it. When someone's attacking through the center, you attack through the flank. When someone is attacking through this flank, you attack through the other flank. If the center is not available, that is. So, what white, if you were to look at this game from a white's perspective, we got a good attack going on here, but to shut down any kind of counterplay on the queen side, we could, like I told you guys, play this, do this, this, And then we can just go into a5. And let me just do a random move and just go into some kind of solidified position like this. And so there's nothing weird happening from this side. We shut down the queen side so we can focus our attention on the king side attack. That's usually the rule of thumb of going about attacking. Oh, it's white who's attacking, not black. Oh, black trying to attack when he's worse. The fast way to lose a game. Has to solve problems like you mentioned in your analysis, but white has to beat himself, basically. Yeah. You see this shit? Some serious chess discussion? Yes. 24 versus knight d5 with blunder the c7 pawn. Yes. And yeah, these are kind of the considerations that you have to do while playing chess, is that you have to take care of, sufficient amount of, pieces in the attack. You have to take care of certain outposts. This is not a reliable outpost at all, because, later on he can just get bullied away. Let's say we play this line again, and this happens, and then this can happen too. The knight can get attacked, and again the top engine move is this. The top engine move is this. They just wanted to go back and attack this knight, of course. But the second line is f5. And white cannot take because this is pinned. So there is some play here in the center for Joe, because you got your centralized rooks, and the queen is opposed a rook, so you can use that for tempo gain. So yeah, what you should do is how I like to play chess in general. I like my obvious nice lines. I have strong control over said lines, and if they're thematical lines as well, I don't play the Scotch that well, but when you're in a Sicilian or in a Sicilian dragon or in an Alekhine or like a French, you have your F file, your C file that you like to put your rooks on, and based around those open files, you can formulate tactics like the F5 move here. And then through some tactics and through some, recovery play, we have to solve the problems, and we can kind of get a little attack going on. Like we have to still address all these issues from white, but we can kind of go up, make up as we go, and figure that out while we set up our attack here. In terms of time control, our opponent is at 40 minutes and 40 seconds, and Joe is at 52 minutes and 8 seconds. I guess this is quite reasonable. We burnt through a fair chunk of our time. But yeah, ideally you would want to play a little bit faster. I played a 60 plus 30 a weekend ago in Italy, and then that almost felt like a rapid instead of your usual 90 plus 30. But yeah, if you divide 90 by 3, you got time for your opening, you got time for your middle game, and you got time for the end game. That's an okay way of going about it. I would rather like to play the opening a little bit faster and take a good chunk, let's say 60 minutes in the middle game, because that's where I think my strength lies. And that's why I leave a very little time for the end game. which I'm not really that proficient at. But when you're in the end game, you kind of if it's like an equal end game, then sure. But usually, because I like to make exchange sacrifices and so on in the middle game, I'm usually down in material in the end game, and that's where you can really see the deficit of material show. That's in the end game. So that's how I usually dissect my classical time. But Joe seems to have like a healthy time lead here, and also good time management. So I don't see any kind of problem here. What if White just takes the queen off? Yeah, that's also a thing. In terms of White's perspective, queen trades usually happen to relieve some pressure, right? Or to gain like a tactical strategical advantage somewhere. But they're usually posed as a panic button, I'd like to say, right? Like when stuff hit the fan, you're like, oh, let me queen trade, let me trade some pieces, and you kind of take the pressure off of a position. But unironically, a queen trade would be bad for White, I'd say, because it's considerable. It's firepower that you need in an attack, and the same thing applies for Joe. You need all the pieces on the board to create complications, to make matters difficult for White to answer, and kind of maneuver your way out of it. So, in both players' perspective, I'd say keep material on the board and play it like that. But usually, the rule of thumb of queen trades. Shout out to Oscar in the chat. We had like a talk about. Let me translate that for chat. I usually sacrifice in the middle game with zero compensation, then I suffer in the end game. Is what I wanted to say. Yes, that usually happens. That usually happens. But yeah, a queen trade. The rule of thumb of queen trades, which I know, is that you usually want to trade off the queen and one of the two rooks. If you trade off the queen and the rook, there is obviously there's no queen and there's no rook, so that matters. But also, you'll have a single rook. You won't have the synergy between connected rooks or rooks that are in a battery, right? So to shut down any kind of counterplay or to take the gas off of your opponent's attack, you ideally want to trade off the queen and trade off one pair of the rooks, and then you should be pretty much Gucci, because a singular rook can kind of control files and so on, but he also needs support. And I'd say the best support for another rook, for a rook, is another rook. So since you've taken off the other rook, you're kind of forced to play harmoniously with your rook, which is going to cost you tempo and is going to cost you some time, and which will buy yourself some more time. These are kind of the rules of thumb that I know about queen trades. Obviously, when you have an attack going on, you do not queen trade. You want to keep that firepower in your arsenal. When you're being attacked, obviously, a queen trade is nice because you take away that firepower. Unironically, you take away defensive power from yourself as well. But a defensive queen is not usually what you want to see, because a queen is usually easily overloaded or easily targeted by minor pieces, by pieces of lesser value. So ideally, because you don't want to have a defensive queen, you just trade off the queen, and that works pretty well, and have your pieces and pawns defend the position. So those are the queen trade tips and tricks, I'd say. There is, I bought a book like about these type of things. The rule of queen trades is always do it. Well, you've gotten better and better on when to do it and when not to do it, right, Oscar? So we got that going on. I meant after white won the pawn on b6, then queen queens in response to g3. Black wants to switch. Oh, okay. Let me actually go through that line real quick, and hopefully they don't make a move in the meanwhile. So what the hell was I thinking about? I was talking about this, right? Takes this. Oh, sorry. No, that was correct. This 95. Wait, we need to go b6 part. Knight takes b6. Before queen moves this. Before. Oh, like this. This could happen too. What happens if he trades? We bishop take. Then we hang the rook though, right? We're down on exchange. But if we were to do this, this, now queen trades. You just capture back. And then bishop e3. Oh, whoops. Oh, sorry, bishop e3. That's the other bishop. Yeah, we connect the rooks, we develop our bishops, and they're both protecting the f and the e pawn. And this looks rather good for yeah. We got pieces in the center without any pawn support. Oops. So that's gonna be a tough position for Joe. If you want to improve, you need to think less about individual moves and more about ideas. Yeah, I mean, you kind of need to make a plan, right? And when you think move by move, you kind of lose the plot over the bigger picture. So in that, I do agree. But our opponent is in the think tank for a long time now. I wonder what he's thinking about, because he burnt a lot of time now. He already burnt like 30 minutes on knight d5, which turned out to be a miss. And now he's burning a lot of time on the next move too. You know, eventually you might hit a time crunch, so that could also be, you know, a lifeline for Joe to get out of this sticky situation. Because they usually call it the 17th piece, right? Time. If you don't have enough time, you make worse moves because you can't think that deep. You're under time pressure. That also clouds your judgment, and you would rather have time on your side rather than against you, because of the reasons that I mentioned before. But yeah, our opponent is still thinking. He's playing at 87% accuracy. Joe is at 77% accuracy. And that predominantly has to do with like the early queen moves that we did. But other than that, we have a couple of things to solve as black. If you look at black's position, there are some things that you would want to see, right? I would want to see this knight supported by a pawn. Unironically, this pawn doubling solved as well. I want to connect my rooks. So I would, eventually want to develop my bishop somewhere, which was probably the reason why Joe played queen h4, so he can get the bishop out while hitting the queen. So yeah, we want to solve these things beforehand, before we commit to any and all attack at all. So in the list of things, it looks like Joe is gonna fix the development of the bishop, making the rooks see each other, and eventually push c5, which looks more than reasonable here. So I think these are really sensible and human-like moves for black. I left for an hour and 15 minutes, and Joe is still losing. Yeah. I mean, he's not in a winning position, but we're playing OTB chess, and you got to look at practical things. We're playing, this is not GM level, and even at GM level, blunders happen. But you should just think in practical, pragmatic chess. And people can mistake certain things. They can see ghosts. As I showed you guys, our opponent thought long and hard about this move and played the wrong knight here with knight d5, knight ed5, that is. So if our opponent makes another mistake like that, we're back into the game. I mean, we can hope for an equal game, because that's what you want as black, right? White has an initiative, and black is on the defensive. But then we can kind of normalize the game and get into an equal game where we've subdued the initiative of white, and then we can start up our own plans of attacking. And Joe's not been punishing his opponent, misses, but only neutral. Yeah. But that's also like the problem of playing black, I guess. When you're thinking of I should just neutralize the position. Well, there's a punish going on, right? And especially when you're on the defending end of an attack, you kind of get into that. You can kind of get into that mindset of like, oh damn, I need to defend here. I need to just you feel like you're on the back foot, but in reality, pragmatically speaking, you don't always necessarily are on the back foot. Yo, Speedzane, what's up? Good to see you. But yeah, those are the issues here that Joe needs to fix. And another miss, just like I told you guys, our opponent thought another 28 minutes, and he played bishop c4. Obviously, this comes with the idea of shutting down f5. But that was not Joe's intention in the first place, I'd say. We can get out our c5 here. It's also the top engine move that's being recommended here. And pragmatically speaking, like I told you guys, we want to get rid of this doubled pawn here and we want to support our knight and make it a nice outpost knight. Well, c5 solves both problems at once. Takes, takes. We have no doubled pawn anymore, and our knight is defended. We solved one of the problems that we had in the opening. The second problem is get this bishop developed and get our rooks connected. Well, do I know a move that can get them done both? Which is this, bishop g4. And, for all intents and purposes, we're back in the game. We're back in the game. The only thing that I kind of don't like, but that has to do with the opening, our knight kind of ended up on g6 here, which is like an unconventional place for a knight. And usually, and this is also a thing about chess, right? There are strong squares for your knight for a reason. And there's a reason why people don't always put their knight on g6. And they just choose the traditional squares to put the knights on. Because this very reason. It's very difficult to make that piece move harmoniously with your other pieces. For example, if our knight was somewhere else, let's say here, we could have connected our knights. They could have defended each other, and that could have helped as well. If our knight was here, then this knight could have gone here. Then you go this way, or the other way around. If we put this knight here, then we put the knight on f6, and then we can either reroute the knight to come here, so we can attack here, or the knight can just hop in to defend the knight on f6. And you got connected knights in the center. That's like a strong asset, I'd say. Whenever a pin or anything happens, you don't care because you have another knight that can just easily replace it. But yeah, our opponent missed. Was there an ad at the start of your stream, Eskia? The camera paused? Oh, damn, we've been paused for a bit here. Hold on. Whoops, you guys are correct. I maybe probably hit space or something. Let me scroll towards... let me see. $27. Okay, he moved. Let's see, what time is our live feed at? 45. 40. We can scroll this a little bit as well. We're gonna scroll through the feed real quick. He's at 44 now. Good. Yes, I think we're synced up now. Yes, we're synced up now. Lucky. Very good of us. Oh, this needs to be full screened. Opponents showing up late to round. I hate it when I'm late to a round, but when my opponents is late, I don't really care that much about it. BC4 made no sense. The engine says F5 is strong, but I don't give up. Unprovoked. Yeah, exactly. Knight D5. Engine says Bishop E3 was also good, attacking the knight D4, but then knight D5 after maybe. Yeah. These have been two misses from our opponent still, so I think this could be advantageous for Joe here. Yeah, and like I said, C5 is the top move here. We got this. We solve the doubled pawn. We get our knight outposted. Yeah. White could have also played, yeah, bishop e3. These are the top moves. Knight d5. And that goes into that variation line that we just figured out. And lastly, there's f5. But like you said in the chat, from Joe's chat, you kind of don't want to play this willy-nilly, you know. You want to keep your center control and only break it when necessary, because you're controlling, you know, an entire strip of squares on the board here, which is why it's the third best move though. But still, our opponent burned a lot of time here. So our opponent burned almost half an hour on knight e d5, and our opponent also burned some time, 28 minutes on bishop c4. And I'd say that has to do with the prevention of this, I guess. You can't play. Must be a glitch or something. I can't play the f5. No, because it's pinned. So yeah, what else is there to do? Is this an option? No, it's not. We just dropped the knight here. Oh, that's the idea here. Okay, so that also attacks the knight. Golly. Guys, I'm awake. I'm awake. That's a discovered attack on the knight, guys. And yeah, that kind of forces us to defend that knight and indirectly baits us into making the top best move, I'd say. I'm almost 100% confident that Joe is gonna find c5. It's also a really good move in general. You kind of want to involve your f and your c pawns. Usually they're blocked by a knight, right? But when they're not, you just want to have them open up the position and help us solve our problems one at a time. There are a lot of squares here that are controlled, but our rook could maybe go here, a5, and control that file, maybe. But the moves kind of seem obvious for Joe, that is. Where we solve the doubled pawn and the knight outpost, we're gonna play bishop g4 eventually. What happens if he plays this? Because now we don't get bullied away. Now we got ideas of bishop g4. And then let's take queen e1. Wow. All right. Now the there must be a tactic somewhere here. Rook takes, knight takes. There we go. Then we have a fork. See, this is a possible way of going about it. Which is probably why black wants to attack that knight and get rid of it. This happens. This does not happen. But this happens. We keep the queen here, attacking this knight. And the idea here is that if we just play a random move, the bishop's gonna chop, we're gonna chop, the queen's gonna chop, and he's gonna be up a pawn. So we will be exchanging pieces, but we're gonna lose the pawn, the c4, the c5 pawn in the meanwhile. So that's what happens there. But this line, obviously, when this happens, rook takes, the fork happens. Amazing. This is going to be glorious for Joe. But our opponent is, I guess it's too high rated to allow for this, but there's still potential of going about it. Before he was back to make a move, he wanted to play anyway. Yeah, exactly. It helps us help ourselves. So amazing. So far, I'd say it's really beneficial for us. Joe is having a long think. I don't think Joe has left the board yet. He's pretty locked in. He's using his time wisely, though. I have not seen him use egregious amount of time on a certain move. He's using his time sparingly and rather balanced, I'd say. But yeah, like I told you guys, I'm sure Joe is gonna be able to find c5 here because that's gonna really fix our issues here. I could also turn off the evaluation bar, whichever you guys like. Just let me know what you guys prefer. We could keep it on. We could turn it off, whichever you guys prefer. So yeah, Joe got this quite nice resource of knight takes into a fork. You know, we're attacking the square, and if the queen ever moves there, we queen trade, make the rook go there, and since the bishop is not defending here anymore, we can get a nice fork off. That's pretty cool. Let me go over the top contenders here. Well, obviously c5 was the top move. But the engine also thinks knight c6 is a good one. We kind of fall back with our knight. Usually I would have just cemented the knight and solved the doubled pawns. What happens when we move back? We can get bullied away again. Knight c e7. And now our rooks are connected, or sorry, our knights are connected. And we could probably, yeah, push d5 at some point. This looks like a knight reroute. Alternative to the c5, right? Ideally, you would want this, an outpost. But alternatively, we just move, we get bullied away, and we reroute our knight to this side. See, if our knight was on f6, then we could have just had two knights here controlling these important squares through pieces instead of pawns. You know, that's also a way of going about it, using your resources wisely. But that knight g6 move kind of awkwardly disrupts our synergy of the pieces. Let's see what the last third candidate move is. Queen f6. We can protect the knight like such. What happens if we do this? Then we just take. Does this work? No, that doesn't work because we just lose our queen. We just take here, and suddenly white doesn't have those pawns anymore in the center. Suddenly black has two pieces in the center. White has two pieces in the center. I'd say black is equalized. Even more so, the eval thinks it's even more beneficial for black in this situation. So that's pretty interesting. This looks like get out of jail free card for Joe. Just moving the queen back. But I'd say Joe moved his queen to h4 with the plan of putting the bishop next to it and exerting some pressure over the queen. So yeah, alternatively, what if we we defend the knight, takes. This happens. Yeah, what happens when he prematurely plays knight b5, or d5? We do this. e2, rook a4. Oh, that's cheeky. Our rook can get lifted and hit this bishop. That's interesting. d3 being played, bullying this knight. And then we just trade and hit the queen with the tempo. Now the queen has to move away again. So like I told you guys earlier, we brought out our queen early with queen f6. And you can just get tempoed upon, get hit a couple of times, and get allow your opponent to develop pieces. But now in an alternative universe, if we play the line that I just showed you guys, this happens as such. This, and then bishop goes there. The queen stays on, exerting pressure here. Queen d2, rook a4. He's attacking our knight. Our good outpost knight is getting attacked. Well, we'll take the bishop. And while they take the knight, we take the pawn with a tempo on the queen. The queen can't go back. We just take. Queen can't go here. We just take. So the queen is forced to move to a slightly less optimal square. I mean, it's still a nice square, but you would generally want to be centralized here. And this is gonna be something for Joe. Now, because the bishop isn't here anymore, we can employ the f5 to break open the center. If takes, we just take here, hit the queen again, and the queen has to move away again, and then we just take the pawn. So yeah, this this pawn is forced to defend the knight here, which is why we get bishop e3. Ooh, rook takes e4. Yeah. That's cool. That's cool. And suddenly, we got the pawn in the center. We got an active rook. We got a nice outpost bishop. Like they're defending each other. And we got a queen that's in white's king's face. So this looks like a pretty solid line if this were to come on the board to help Joe in this position. I think maybe that allows you to look at the position after 16 blends F as if it matters. This analysis is painful. Slow man's brood war. If white blunders 27 moves in a row, it would help black. I mean, he just missed a move, right? Our opponent missed 2 moves already, so here we go. Joe moved queen f6, and that was the second popular line. Yeah, this could get easily disconnected, like I showed you guys in the analysis. So then we just takes, whoops, queen takes. That solves that problem. What else is there? Again, knight d5 still is gonna happen. Oh, this is cheeky, guys. This is cheeky. When the knight hits us, we got a cheeky check here. Because it also opens up this. And we're gonna be an exchange up. You guys see this? A miss and a blunder are different. Yes, yes, obviously. But you know, I would say it's a suboptimal move. That would be my argument. And if you were to make enough suboptimal moves in a row, we would be completely Gucci. So yeah, this is an alternative that we could play. If he were to threaten us, we just check, open the diagonal, and take the rook. Obviously, our queen is all the way in Afghanistan, and white has a really strong pawn cluster in the center and 2 pieces breathing down our necks here. So ideally, you would want to be able to come back, but you know, you would not want to get your queen trapped. And white has doubled pawns now. You would like to solve that problem, or just by playing this. Knight e5 hitting the bishop. Bishop retreating. Oh, and then we can just take the pawn there. See, that's like even the slightest hint of counterplay, because we took a takes b6. Suddenly this rook and this queen is posing some problems on the queen side. Like, this is how fast a counterplay can happen on the opposing side of the board. What else is there for white to do? The third popular move is queen d2. Oh, and then we can just b5 this. This guy is under attack. What happens if we take? Oh, this threat is still going on. So that's a clever resource with this knight in the center. The moment we open it, the moment we go anywhere else, this diagonal is opening. That's good to know. That was b5, d7. Or we could just do some quiet development. Yeah, so far the e pawn has been, you know, this is kind of the solution. I'm curious as to what he's going to play. What is this fake handshake prank about? Oh, I still have to change my title. I think I can change my title real quick. We had some issues with stream keys earlier, and that's why we don't have a shared chat either. That's okay. Is that a thing? Can I change it through Nightbot? You're doing a great job, SK, talking about the position this long. Yes, I'm pretty well versed in yapping, I guess. I see a board with 1700 and 2000. Yeah, it's their game, Sugadintas. Welcome, by the way. Oh, I can change it here, I think. Okay. I updated the stream. We have a move on the boards. Knight e2. Then takes. Then queen takes. And then queen takes the rook in the corner. We got some problems here with the discovered attack. This knight is kind of pinned to the rook. Indirectly, that is. So far, the threats here of just, you know, kicking the queen away can be dealt with this, which is good. To disconnect the queen and the knight. All groovy. Knight d5 can be fixed with the check. Do the check. They do this. Oh, the opponent played bishop b2. Yeah, which was the top engine move. And like I told you guys, It kind of shuts down any kind of discovered attack on the rook. Even worse, it pins the knight to our queen. So he kind of pulled a Uno reverse on us by putting the bishop there. So the moment, this guy moves out of the way, the knight is pinned to the queen. Now we're on Joe's time again. Our opponent is at 19 minutes and we are at 27 minutes. So we got a substantial time lead here. So I think that's, I'll show you guys the eval bar. So we got the time advantage going on for us, but positionally, we got some issues to solve. This bishop adds that to the problem list. We need to kind of get out of that pin, or never let that pin get to fruition. Our top engine moves again are bishop e6, which is just attacking. And if you were to take, we could just open up the rook here and have some nice control over this file. And that would equalize the game for us. But white should not want to trade here. Bishop d3. Just defending the central pawns here. These are like white's true assets here. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? I'm casting for Joe Brun, indeed, yes. Yo, Bishop Stars, welcome. Ain't no, never mind. Only 50 moves in. Yes, they're burning through time. This is in the defender's rook on his knight. That's smart. We can do c5 to defend, I suppose, but it leaves the holes on d5 and b5, so maybe not good. Yeah. Or hold on. Let me go back to the position. But if we play... Hold on, yes. This happens. Now the engine prefers c6. Which is interesting. What happens if we c5 then? Then this happens again. We lose this pawn here. In h4, knight takes, and we lose that pawn. So, which is why the engine gave us c6. What happens then? Then this does not happen because we just take. But it does kind of put our pawns in an awkward formation. I mean, this is okay. This is okay. This is kind of like a hedgehog situation, no? a4. Top engine moves are king h1, prophylactic move, rook f2 with the potential of doubling up, and a4, which is just grabbing space on the queen side from this position onward. But yeah, the top move seems to be bishop e6. And you would think that would run into a fork here. No, it wouldn't. Because we take, they take, and then we take. So we're up a piece. And then we shove our king in the corner, and we got an umbrella pawn, like I explained earlier, and we should be pretty safe here. So these are some potential continuation lines from bishop e6. There are a couple of, from our side, bishop e6, we got pawn c6, no pawn c5 anymore, as that goes into a fork and we drop the b pawn. And alternatively, there's knight c6, which was shown earlier as well. And then we just move the knight here, e7. We just reroute the knight and hope for a c6 d5 break in the center. And the thing is, like, I think the position is this in a certain state of complication that we need to adjust our pawn structure accordingly. You know, like our pawns are on the dark squares now. We kind of have to reroute the knight, get our pawns on the light squares, and get our bishop out of the pawn chain, or develop our bishop even here to control these important squares. C6 plugging the holes, exactly. Ooh, we saw some hesitation from Joe, but he played the best move. Bishop e6. That's also what the engine gave as a top move recommendation. And that's amazing. We're on 22 minutes and our opponent is at 19. The time advantage is kind of getting, the gap is getting closer and closer, but we still have an advantage nevertheless. And here, like I showed you guys, if they take into us, we're going to say, thank you very much. Does this even work? No, that doesn't. We just take here. We got some center pawns of our own, like a Sicilian Scheveningen setup here. With the pawn on e6 and d6. And we're going to be having some counterplay against these centralized pawns. We got some centralized pawns of our own. And it will prevent white from jumping in with the knight on d5. So this is amazing, amazing, amazing for Joe. Alternatively, this is chess, not checkers. You don't have to take. He can just leave. He can just go to d3, which is also the top engine move. There's d7 that the engine says knight takes f4, like this. Yeah, and that's why the engine earlier gave king h1, right? So you get out of the check. Like now, black can do this. We just chomp, and you're like, oh, there's a pin. Let me kick this knight away. Then this check happens. But if for example, white played the prophylactic move. Oh no, we went back way too much. If black say play the prophylactic move here, and then we chomp this guy. Oh wait, we still have to put the bishop there. Let's just waste the move real quick. Oh wait, we can go back. Now we chomp. And then knight d5 happens. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Our opponent took, guys. Our opponent actually took. Guys, our opponent actually took. This helps us again with solving our problems. This is a clean recapture, Joe. He didn't think much about it. He recaptured it with the pawn. And like I showed you guys, we regained some of our central control back. And better yet, we plugged the d5 hole, which the knight can't jump into. He can jump here though. But then again, we can still do this. This, for example. And then we take the bishop. So I thought this would pin our knight to the queen, but the bishop itself is undefended too. You know, so our opponent has this myriad of problems as well. So yeah, the opponent took, and that gives us a slight edge here. We recaptured, and the eval bar has climbed back to 0.6, guys, to 0.6, which is, for our intents and purposes, you know, perfectly playable with just practical moves. And like I showed you guys, this tactic still works. If this knight ever moves away, we check and we take the bishop. And then knight c7, rook a c8. We take control of this. Rook b1. We can just go and grab some pawns, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, we can just nab some pawns. Rook a1. We can just go back and forth and call it a draw. And like I showed you guys, the opponent saw that the bishop was, you know, the knight was, if the knight moves out of the way, then we can just check and take the bishop. So now he defends the bishop. But that apparently is a question mark, because we got knight takes f4. Rook takes f4. Queen takes f4. This is what the engine says. The white has to give up the exchange. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. Yeah, this is crazy. Because what if we don't? What if we don't give up the exchange? And we just do this? Then we got issues of check. G3. 6. Queen h6. King g1. Queen e3. You know, that this looks really bad for white, and really good for us. So yes, this gives us knight takes f4. Knight takes f4, and black is back in the race, guys. And you would think, oh god, you just put yourself in a pin. Oh, what the hell? Well, actually, it's not really a pin, because we got all kinds of checks. What if we just move to the side? What if we try to sidestep the checks? Oh, and then we got this. And we can kind of set up some kind of mating net where we go here. Oh, sorry, where we go here. Where we sack the queen here. And, you know, get a rook here maybe. Get into some nice mating net. But yeah, Joe has to find the move here. The only move What was white supposed to play instead of rook b1, g3? I'm gonna check. Crazy move though. Dota Chess, what's up? Welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick. We're casting for Dota, or for I would love to cast for you someday as well, but we're casting for Joe here in the round of 6 of the National Open in Las Vegas, where all the NA streamers are. I'm gonna check real quick. What was white supposed to do instead of rook b1, g3? If we go back, yes, g3 seems to be the move. Why? Because it shuts down knight takes f4 lines. And the second best move is indeed to just sidestep the nasty check that comes from the knights moving in. So I guess those two are like the practical solutions to it. Wait, let me get back to the game, actually. He could have also played, which is the third move, f5. You know, if that pawn is gonna fall anyways, we might as well just push it and attack the knight, attack the pawn, and also threaten this, you know, do like a discovered attack. Yeah, let's just see what this does. This happens if we take, then queen g5, and we threaten mate in 1, which is why the g3 should have been played. But then we queen sack into this, or not queen sack, rook exchange into that. And this is the thing, you guys should always keep this in mind. Whenever you see a rook being defended by the queen, as opposed to a rook defended by the rook, it's more likely that it's advantageous for you to take here. Because just like I showed you, he has to take back with the queen, which allows us for the other rook to come in. So yeah, this is like a small consideration whenever you face these kind of open lines, and when you fight for a certain file, you always in exchanges, you want your most valuable piece at the end of the exchange chain. You know what I mean? Someday. Yeah. F5 is engine stuff. Yeah. G3 is really hard. Yeah, well, Rook B1 seems like a very practical way of going about it, right? And that's what I mean. These are all humans. You know, Joe is a human, his opponent is a human, and they make human moves. Rook B1 is a perfectly normal. I've seen that many times in my own games. You just defend the piece that is going to get attacked once the knight moves away. But that, you know, it's not the most optimal move, but it is a move. It's a legal move, so that's just being played here on the board. I'm not sure Joe is human personally. Yeah, he's so good at chess, got us thinking otherwise, no? Also, what's up, Uncle Jesse? How are you doing? So yeah, the top engine move in this case was g3. But that just goes to show that you see the end of the entire exchange and see that this pawn is falling. So you just defend this pawn and not that guy. Because now I don't think there's much spice going on here. Yeah, even now the top engine move is knight c6. Even though we discover ourselves here. Wait, let me put it after rook b1. Yeah. Oops. This should have been the move. And then this guy is still undefended. We can just keep pressure on the pin. Now rook b1 is actually the second best move. But like we showed at the end of that exchange, you can just go here. To safeguard this pawn, a3 is being played by the engine at least. Kind of shuts off our rook to this side or bishop to this side, but we at least have saved that thing. And this pin, this this standoff is going to keep happening here. But there, the rook b1 at least is not being played, or not forced to being played, that is. Two knights and a queen attacking is horrifying, yes. Noted. Yeah, those are some tidbits from the Esky. This is just my 1400 day knowledge nuggets, But here, I feel like Joe could find the knight takes f4. It does feel kind of like a counterintuitive way of going about it, because you put yourself in a pin, but you also have to see the moves afterwards, Let's say what happens if this happens. Yeah, we just check here. We just check. King h1. Because if the queen takes, then it's just mate in 3. Oh yeah. This is just mate. So yeah, we can just do this. And it seems like rook takes f4 is the continuation. Queen takes f4. Queen takes d4. c5. This is spicy. B takes. B takes. We get rid of the doubled pawn. And we can't take here, because this is defended. The queen has to move away. Would this work? e4? Queen c4? Yeah, we don't got a mate here, because it's the mating square is being defended too. So yeah, I would say, Joe, I hope he finds the knight takes f4 and he doesn't burn all too much time. He's on 11 minutes now. I've been yapping for so long. He's taking a nice big stretch. He's taking a nice yawn. This is yawn number 3, no? Joe's chat, we're at 3 now. Okay, let me put the bishop stars line on the board. Knight takes 4 g4. Knight h3. King g2. Queen h6. Bishop c1. Well, there's this. There's this. But earlier in that whole line, instead of going there, we got knight f2. We just put our knight back, because this leads to this. What happens if this happens? Oh, damn. That's just a cheeky mate. That's just a cheeky mate. You see this shit, Bishop Stars? Is crazy, man. Because this knight holds the f3 square. That's pretty crazy. Like, our knight is all up in our opponent's face, yet he can't do anything about it to take. But it's for Joe to see it. And no, Joe plays e5. Joe, come on. No, not like this. Not like this. Joe. Joe, no. Oh, chat. Oh, no. Oh, God, guys. Oh, God. And he finds the best move as well. Oh, good grief. Good grief. Yeah, where do we go? We don't have much place to go now. It's not the end of the world, though. It's not the end of the world, guys. Hold on. Wait, let me get the camera. Is it moving now? Oh, okay. Let me just zoom in a little bit. And then we can static it again. Here we go. My cameraman was just making some involuntary movements. It's not the end of the world, guys. It's not the end of the world. Knight takes would have been, you know, equal. But what happened here was a blunder, and our opponent finds the best continuation, but we still have some, you know, ways out of it. Queen d8 is there. We got queen d8. We got queen f7. And we got queen h4. These are like the top 3 engine moves. Obviously, f7 and d8 protect the c7 square, but that would lead us into a pawn loss either way. Joe's hand is hovering. His hand was hovering over the queen and he pulled it back. He pulled it back. Joe is also getting in a little bit of a time trouble once your time hits single digits. And yes, he plays the top engine move. Queen d8 is on the board. I'll let the board make it make the move itself. However, our opponent can just chomp. We have to chomp back, and they chomp, and they're up a clean pawn. That's kind of the issue here, and which is why we were staying on that diagonal for so long. This is the most obvious way of going about it. Let's see. Let me put some moves on the boards. It is a top engine move. Top engine move is to just take. Another move is c3, to just kick the knight away. And, you know, hold on to this pawn. I mean, instead of just chomping down the knight and, you know, exchanging a bishop for a knight, we could just kick the knight away, which is also an option. Alternatively, as a third move, we got f5. Yeah, we got f5 here. And then we're attacking the outposted knight again, which you would not want to trade, I assume. And you would just fall back. And now we got some issues here with this going on. Our opponent played f5. This was the third best move. And it kind of forces us to fall back. But, you know, the problem can solve itself out if we just move back here. The knight takes with check. Just take back. And we should be clear. Should not be that big of an issue. But obviously, white does not want to give up his outpost knight here. And he just retreats. And then we're kind of in that situation that I told you guys about of white just being a pawn up here. In this situation, they say king h8, some prophylactic moves, probably to get out of the white diagonal here, but also out of this, out of the f6 push. Interesting. The game has gone into places I've never thought. The chumpy chumps, yeah, chump. Get some pawns in as nutrition. I'm really disgusted by this e5. Brief eye contact. If I can for it. Oh, we gotta move on the board. Yes, that's the way. And we still are on 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Not the best in terms of time, but it's also not the worst. You got some leeway, but we're still not in the end game, right? Which is where you would want to calculate very long lines. Bishop takes, he takes e4, queen takes, yeah. But the queen, let me see. Takes d4. Okay, bishop takes, queen takes, rook takes e3. Yeah, and then queen c4, like you said. Puts the queen in the diagonal, and that's why king h8 was played prophylactically to get rid of that. That's interesting. Can we see 6 after c3? Let's see. Yeah, that would be funny, no? Unironically, bishop stars? Oh no, we got this. Wait. And now 2 pieces are hanging. Wait, how is the engine gonna resolve this? I'm curious. Takes. Oh, 97. It's just gonna go into takes. And we're gonna have tension in the pawn center, except there's a bishop staring at it. But also a double pawn here in the back. So interesting. That's it's an interesting line, bishop stars. No, we can't. Interesting. Really interesting lines. But yeah, our opponent isn't playing the most accurate, though, I have to say. But in terms of just practical chess, he just he sees a problem, he solves the problem, goes next, you know. And I feel like we haven't haven't resolved the problems that we had. Like we just showed the whole thing, like the c4, the queen c4 stuff with the king thing. We need, because we don't have the f pawn anymore, we need the king in the corner. We moved our queen back to d8 again. I mean, it's not the worst square to be on as a queen, right? And we can eventually just queen d7 and play around on the light squares, because we don't have a light squared bishop anymore. We can kind of pretend to be a light squared bishop as a queen. But it's still, ultimately, you would have wanted, like, the queen went to here, f6. Oh, our opponent played a move. He took. Joe immediately recaptured. What's the plan here? Would this chump be bad here? Takes. Yeah. This drops that pawn. Therefore, a3. They would still lose the pawn, though, but... Okay, rook f7. We want to double up. I think this is going to be really annoying. Oh, and our opponent plays c3. Okay. He didn't choose to go for the bishop into the eval bar, slowly climbing back to equality. Yeah. This situation is far from over. And like I think he wasn't that enthusiastic about just taking here. c3, just kick the knight away. Knight c6 is the play. Gets on the board. Only move. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Now the eval bar is around 1, or 0.6. So the situation is kind of normalized. I'd say Joe excels in these very neutral looking positions. He just knows what to play in situations where I would say beats me. Like what would be the progress in this setup here? I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. But that's why Joe is so good. He would find something that would improve this position ever so slightly, and he would get into a good position. Our opponent made a move, and it looks like he played a3. And that gives them kind of this sniper's hut, on the queen side. But it also shuts their bishop kind of out. But that bishop can always go here. Is a perfectly fine diagonal. d6. Yeah. There are still like practical ways of going about it. We got the queen lift, which was the top move. Oh, we got queen. Queen d3. Queen d3. That's interesting. Why would that be a move to do? I guess connecting the rooks. And after pushing this, after takes. In the previous situation, for example, this happened. We just take. But if we were to play something else, I guess, and they take into us, we can always trade like this. Queen has to take. Rook takes, and it's all Gucci. Like I said earlier, it matters whether the queen is defending the rook or when the rook is defending the rook. So I guess our opponent solved that problem of connecting the rooks. So now if any kind of f4 and f takes g7 happens, we can't just kamikaze in here because the rook will be defending that and the queen will be defending that. So it won't be very beneficial for us. So I guess that's the practical way of our opponent going about it. ISK, you're my favorite StarCraft streamer. Thank you. Man, how is this guy 1850 fire? Yeah, he's really, really good. He's really, really good. I'd say Joe is severely underrated. What's this boomer game? It's chess. The long promised 10-hour stream. Yeah, by the looks of it, this game is gonna go the distance. How long have I been live? 3 hours so far. I forget how long OTB games are taking to cast. But that's okay. We all do it for the love of the game. And for the love of Joe, of course. We love Joe. Amazing guy. No, he's an amazing guy. I met him in TwitchCon. We hung out. We had some dinner with like a couple of other guys. Great dude. And I hope to actually meet him in the US as well. Once I hop over to that site, we can hang out, kick it, and maybe see some US sightseeing. Maybe see some other streamers too. Why not? However, all this positive talk aside, Joe is in a serious time crunch, people. He's at 4 minutes 30 seconds, Joe, and we're not even in the end game, and it might just get complicated with each more move. It might get more complicated, and he goes for the prophylactic King H8. Amazing move. I would say it's an amazing move. I wouldn't have played it. It's a prophylactic move. The engine won at knight b8 for the knight reroute, like what Bishop Stars said. Now I think White's intentions become more and more clearer. White can also just get the rooks in here. Yeah. On e1 or on d1, either one is fine. Centralizing the rooks. It says g4. Yeah, why not? The pawn storm that I was talking about is gonna happen. And the opponent plays king h1 too. The opponent plays it as well. Oh my goodness. I would say that this is even more advantageous for us because there is some threat of back rank here though. The moment the king is stuck behind these two pawns, if we somehow can get something going on here, at the moment we can't. It's double defended. But these pieces can't be tied to their spots forever, right? Oh, guys, it's gonna get real tense. I third. Joe is great. Joe is great. I agree. Yes. Yes, we love Joe. He's an amazing guy. Also, uh, Guy is casting collegiate chess league as well. Like, he's playing OTB. He's streaming himself. He's coaching. He's a great, great guy, man. An amazing behemoth in the chess world, if I were to say so. Oh, the opponent immediately plays the c4 afterwards. This is crazy. The opponent knows. The opponent knows. The opponent got 7 minutes and 40 seconds to Joe's 4 minutes. And this is where you put on the pressure. Aside from the positional pressure, right? I would say it's pretty much more or less equal, with some pawn storm threats from white, if I were to look at this in that way. But he plays c4. I would like to put my queen there at some point. Maybe put the rook there, get a queen trade going on, something like that. What is there for Joe to play? What is there to play? You don't want to weaken this pawn chain. Okay, knight c6. We just moved away from there and we just rerouted our knight like this. And now we're gonna reroute our knight back again. But at least we passed the ball to our opponent. Oh no, our opponent plays rook d1 immediately, which is a question mark because of knight d4. What happens if you take then? He takes d4. Queen takes d4. And rook takes. So we infiltrate from the back. I hope Joe sees the idea, and he does. Joe sees the idea. He plants the knight on d4. Our opponent, I think he's going for the easy chomp. Easy chomp, pawn in the pocket. He would say chomp, chomp, chomp. But then this happens. And we just chomp our pawn back. Amazing, guys. And Joe can also think on our opponent's time. So, good thing he plays a lot of bullets. Yes. There's just too much game left to mount a comeback. Yeah, exactly. And this is what happens in my games as well, too. Like, I crunch so much time in the middle game that I have very little game or very little time left for the rest of the game. With the benefit of leaving pieces on and keeping it complicated for the time. Yeah, the more Joe is forced to think, the more I think he's gonna feel the pressure. Rook f2 is fine, probably. Yeah. I get a full pet down whenever I go. Yes. Denied entry. Nah, they would allow me to go in. Cause how else I'm gonna get to Boston, you know? C5 W Joe. Damn right. My chat is also showing some love to Joe. That's crazy. Also, if white doesn't take, we go c5 with a great position. Yes. It also solves our yeah, let's just say he goes for a rook double up. We play c5, and if he takes, we just fix our double pawns and enjoy that. Take that home and enjoy it. But then b5 happens, which is fine. He just anchors down this side, and this double pawn is gonna get picked up at some point. But these double pawns on the side are extraordinarily good, I would say, because they shut down this file. You know, they operate like a rook. Do you know what I mean? Like they just control that entry from here, like the straight. These squares are being controlled, so there is no infiltration coming from that side. No counterplay either. But he's doing a smart move of not moving his bishop, because that would, that would drop the a3 pawn. I wonder what his game plan is. Probably just, he's probably focused on pawn storming on the queen side. But, either way. Yeah, either way, the engine says c5 is, should be the next move. It gives rook d2 or rook f2 with intentions of doubling up. Rook c1 is also there as an option. But yeah, you lift either one of the rooks and you double up on the other file. I would like to keep control over here, but this is the white's open file. This is a semi-open file. This still has a pawn of white on it. So in that sense, rook d2 makes a lot more sense. You want to double up your rooks on your open file. On your half, open file. There we go. He chomps. He chomps, guys. Let me see it in the chat, guys. Will we get a nice chomp back? And another chomp back? And another chomp back, chat? Joe sees it, I believe. I believe too. Let's go, Joe. They're both on 4 minutes on the clock. It's gonna be insane. The times are pretty close now, yes. Oh. It's getting close, guys. It's gonna be a proper butt clencher, as we say. Queen takes! Queen takes on the board, chat! Queen takes on the board, which means we're gonna take that pawn. We're gonna take that pawn home and enjoy it. Grab that pawn, Joe. There we go. He grabbed the pawn and he took it. Let's go, chat. It's an easy draw. Yo, it's at least a draw. It's at least a draw. Would you guys offer a draw though? I wouldn't. He touched the rook. Oh! We just take. We just take here. We just trade. We just trade. Bum, bum, bum. And we attack the pawn. And it's zeros. It's all zeros, guys. The eval says zeros. We might have clutched a draw from the claws of defeat, guys. Rook takes is the easiest draw. Rook b3 is also an option. Attacking the b4 pawn. My. What a game. What a game. And see, like I told you guys, we have the advantage of just sitting in our home comfortably, eating Doritos, drinking Coke, and having Stockfish 18 on our side, just cranking out lines. But when you're over the board, things are a lot different, And like I said, it's gonna normalize at some point, and that point is now. We have now normalized. White has some pawns in the center. We got some pawns there. We're gonna be trading off a rook. We'll have a queen and a rook against a queen and a rook, and some pawns, looking very, very drawish. Either like two parties are on time trouble. Joe especially is on 2:30, guys. 2:30, that's not an awful lot. That's a blitz game. You know what I mean? Joe moves back. Joe moves back to a8. not the ideal move. And why? White has center control and would gladly like to take, gladly like to keep the pieces on the board. And we wanted to draw, and we would like to take pieces off the board. So in this case, we should have just taken it. The engine gives a slight advantage to white, which is 0.3, and the second best line is 0.1, and the third line is just draw. But I'm glad Joe made a move. The ball is now in black's or in white's court. So yeah, we can think on his time. We can see what he does. He's shaking his head. I think he also kind of notices that he had a win somewhere, but that it slowly slipped away from his hands. And I think Joe at some point also knew he was in a lot of trouble, but now he's kind of comfortable. Aside from the time trouble, that is. Its initiative says queen endings can get a bit tricky though. Yes, it is. Rook takes each one is hard. You think rook f8 would be better? Yeah, that could also be a good alternative. You could just double up already. Careful now. Oh, Ken Bello, you're so funny, man. White is an advantage, so I guess I will win $5 more. You think, Grumblue? Oh no. Oh no, we got chomped. The chomp happened, and Joe just chomped back. See, here comes the problem though. The pawns of whites is more advanced than Joe's pawns. And in order to neutralize that, we kind of had to play c5 at some point. But now, because we recaptured, I'll riddle you guys this. Here takes, they recapture, we play c5, for example. Right? It's not a good move, but I'm just illustrating a point. Here, we move back, they capture, we recapture, which means they get an extra tempo. Do you guys see where I'm getting at? So be in these type of trades, be the one that captures, because when they recapture, you have another tempo. You guys see this? This is some next level Eskia tips. Write this down somewhere, guys. Write this down. And our opponent played f6. All right. We can just king g8 that, no? Let's make sure who plays what color. Yes. We got the only open file. Yes. I mean, it's the A file, but still. I wouldn't put all my eggs in the A file basket. Initiative. F6 can't be held. Let me see. Oh, another move has been played. Oh, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Joe finds the top engine moves, which is a draw. And now pretty much all the moves lead to a draw. Yeah. G4, rook e8. But right as the end game happens, I need my time in the end game. Like, it takes a lot to calculate, because it's literally, you have very little pieces. So you have to calculate move, 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 move. And then a certain situation, if you have enough tempo to reach that state, or when you move, 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 and you don't have enough MP to reach that state. Okay. Joe plays h6. Our opponent brings the king in with g1. We move that king away for some prophylactic protection from checks. But now the pieces have dwindled down. It's safe for the king to peek out of his hole again. At actual depth, it gives a slight edge to black here. If Joe, for some reason, manages to swindle this back, I'm gonna be so amazed, guys. Because we got options of rook f8. Oh, and he plays it! Just as I was going to illustrate it, and he plays it. Obviously, he doesn't have all the time in the world like I do. He's on the clock. He's got 3 minutes almost. Our opponent is at 1 minute 50, guys. Our opponent is looking around hastily. The pressure is getting to him, I think. Obviously, this can't happen because we just go in and it's lights out. There's queen d5, hitting the backwards pawn. Hitting the backwards pawn. And allowing for a queen trade leads into a clean draw. So which would be something like this. C takes, rook takes, and even then, yeah. This is like a clean draw. Because everything is just locked up. Like these squares are dominated. And, oh, our opponent played a move. H4. Bro's pushing pawns. Bro's pushing pawns. And here Joe has to find g takes f6. It's 0.07 advantage for black. But, you know, for all intents and purposes, I'd say this is a drawn position. Is it, by the way, done in a time trouble? He got the move. Yes, he got the move. I think f6 was sketchy. We really up half a pawn or something. Okay, I didn't see queen d5. Let's wait, hold the draw for white. Look at that fourth rung. Yes. Joe's gonna strike. Joe's gonna strike. He's hovering his hand. He's got 2 minutes. Joe, you gotta move. You gotta move. Queen e6. That's a draw. That doesn't lose the game. Now queen d5. It is the only move, guys. Joe puts his opponent in a situation where he has to find the only move. Will he be able to find the only move? Queen d5. Anything else? E5, rook f5. Anything else is gonna run into trouble. Into d takes e5. Oh, rook takes! Rook takes f6. Rook takes f6, Joe. Rook takes f6. He sees it. I think he's looking at the correct area. Chat, are we hype? After so many hours, it looks like Joe is making a sweet, sweet comeback here. Rook takes f6 is up 0.71 for Joe. Will we be able to, you know, grab this game, which we had no business in winning at all? We equalized, and better yet, we're even slightly winning now. So Joe somehow worked his magic, and we're in like a winnable game state now. except he's got 1 minute 30 and his opponent got 1 minute. So it's tricky for both parties to, nail this one home. It's crazy. Yes. Yes, Joe. Yes. Joe finds it. Joe finds it. And anything else? Anything else? Rook H1! No! Our opponent blundered, which means we have actual winning chances here, guys. Rook G8 or Rook G6. Rook G6 is winning. Rook takes F5 is winning. Everything's winning here. C5 is winning, guys. It's happening. It's happening. It's potatoed. Yes, Romans have nothing on how smooth the roads Joe is paving. We win. We win, guys. I gotta say, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. My faith wavered a little bit. We were in a low trust economy. But now we are so back. We are Joe back, if you will. He sees it. He's grabbing the opponent's rook. He takes, which is fine. It's the second best winning move. Yes, Joe. And either E takes or G takes goes into E1 check. Okay, now we got Queen E7. Queen E7, Joe. We gotta fall back to hit the H4 pawn. Fall back, Joe. You see this? No! He went forward! But it's okay. This works as well. This works as well. We are winning, guys. We are winning. Based commentary. Oh, biased commentary. I thought you were calling me based, man. I was happy for a brief moment there. Good enough. Yes. And see the whole game was the furthest he was down. Oh, in terms of based commentary, thank you, Bishop Stars. I'd say he was down like 2 point something at some point. Yes, he's trying to keep the queens on the board. E7. Queen E7 still. Queen E7 is still there. F6 is still there. Get on that diagonal so you can hit the H4 pawn. And if that's not the case, you check. Where did it go? Where did it put his... Oh, that's a miss, Joe. That's a miss. But we're still in it to win it. King G2, guys. Yes, and now the queen slowly gets in. Queen B2, check. We are kinda... This sounds like contradictory, right? Like, we are giving all these checks and we're allowing his king to centralize here. But there's a devious plan for that. Yes. Amazing, guys. And our opponent is on 1 minute and 10 seconds. Yeah, we're gonna queen d5 check afterwards. Wherever the king moves, we snatch the b pawn, and then queen check h7, and we're safe from any other checks. That h6 move from Joe was smart. That gives us king some luft and doesn't force us into nasty positions, you know. There we go. We snagged a pawn. We are so back, guys. We're on -2. This is, you know, 2 points up for black. We got this. Whoops. We got check here. We h7 this. What happens if he takes? Oh, yeah. We just we just take these pawns. Queen d5 happened. King h8 or king h7 or king f8 even. That's what he needs to find. That's good enough. Good enough. h7 is good enough. Our opponent needs to find queen f7. Like this. Or yep, he played it. We gotta go in. King g4. Queen e5. Protecting the push, of course. King f3. Nice, nice. Joe is finding the moves. Joe is winning, guys. We're at minus 3.8 now for black. Wow. Immediate queen e5 from Joe. Excellent. Impeccable endgame technique by Joe. Joe Bruin, guys. Amazing. Now he has to find, our opponent has to find king f3. Anything else is just gonna... Yeah, what about this? King f3. Wait, king f3. There's queen g6. Yep. Ooh, now we have to find a tricky c6 move. I think which is gonna lead to creating a passer on this side, right? We're gonna target this isolated pawn, and we're just gonna go on the queen side and not allowing this queen to come back and defend it. I got big shoes to fill. SK, I'm commentating his next game. No, you did really well. I watched the first game that you casted. You're doing really well. It's just that you know, commentary takes just such a long time. Luke Shay, welcome. And Becca is Joe winning. Yes, what happened is he managed to somehow work his magic, and he's getting a win here. He's getting a win here. The only opponent that Joe has here in the game is time. We're on 45 seconds, 44, 42, 41, 40. Oh, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. No! Joe! No! That goes into a draw! What you should have done was checked. And get the king in here. And then take this guy. Oh boy. Now it's equal though. It's a draw. It's a draw. C takes. Okay. C takes. Yeah, this is gonna go into this, no? Queen b2. Holding the pawn. And holding this. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah. They are in time pressure, guys. And I guess they are just they just don't have time to go in depth in these lines. They're doing this purely off of intuition. Queen trade happening. No? Are we trading queens? Surely not. Trading queens would be absolutely horrible for Joe, no? Oh no, it wouldn't. We got this. The queen trade happened! Damn! They took the queens off the board. We got this passer against this passer here. And this guy too. But here's the trick, guys. There's a thing in endgames called you gotta give them the snack. You know, this is the snack. We push this guy all the way there, and he kinda has to respect this passed pawn, right? By the time this pawn is all the way there, and this king has to eat it, we use that time to catch in on these pawns here. So we give up the little pawn for the greater good. And then we have opposition on the king coming from this side while we are already centralized. So that means the white king has to walk around our black king because we have opposition. And you know, this is gonna be some end game, guys. They're playing on increment. Our opponent is at 1 minute. Joe is at 1 minute 45. And that's a blunder. That's a blunder. -7. Yes, Joe. F7. We are closing in. We are closing in. We're gonna be able to hold those two central pawns, and our B pawn is gonna run. This is insane, guys. We are doing it. Chat, are you guys hype? It's happening. It is happening. Let me get some hype for Joe, guys. Let me get some hype in the chat for Joe. Oh, King E8. We hold. We hold that, bro. We hold that. Joe knows. Joe knows. We hold that any day. We hold that any day. Oh, the opponent is leaning forward. He's scratching his head. He's thinking because he knows this game slipped away. This game was a slippery, slippery fish, and it slipped away. It slipped away from him. Joe, with impeccable resilience, with Magnus-like endgame technique, brought this one back, chat. Let me get some hype for Joe, man. He's done it. He is doing it right now. Our opponent is at 1 minute 30, 1 minute 36, 35, 34. Time is dwindling down. Time is dwindling down. We got 2 minutes and 25 seconds. We have all the time in the world compared to our opponent. Is our opponent gonna flag, guys? These are crucial times. Our opponent is in a pickle. 15, 14. Okay. King d7. King d7. Keep opposition, Joe. Or push the pawn. b5 works as well. King d7 or b5, Joe. Either one works. With b5, he needs to... Oh, then the king comes in, no? Yeah. Nah, this is crazy, guys. King d7. King d7. This is more a little bit of a practical solution. What about this? And this is GG's. What else is there? King d5. And then we just push. Then we give that skittle away. And then we gobble up all the other pawns. Yes, he found it. And we take. King takes. King takes. King takes. Joe. No! No! Joe, you should have taken the pawn! No! Oh, we had all the time in the world! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, Joe! Oh. He played too hastily. You had d6. King takes d6. Oh, chat. But no fear. No biggie. It's still a draw. It's still a draw. And the rapid succession of moves gained our opponent some more time. Our opponent is at 2 minutes and we're at 2 minutes 40. But the time doesn't matter anymore. It's a clear-cut pawn endgame and it's a draw. It's a draw. We had the move, guys. King takes d6. Not now, but 2 moves earlier would have won our Joe the game. Now this is just a draw. This is just a draw. Unless our opponent blunders. Because by the time we take this guy, this guy has already closed in on us. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. We were so close, chat. Winning H-pawn means little. Not this, Joe. Not like this. Yeah. Oh, guys. So what's the deal here? This? Oh, of course. You play this. And it wastes a tempo. Because you have to go back. Take it. And that allows us to move in. Yeah, we move in here. And we're on opposition. This is what's gonna happen. Yeah, our opponent played fast. King takes. White king moves in. Oh my goodness, guys. This is insane amounts of hype. But now it's a draw, which is still a great, great outcome for us. Because White has been pretty up in the middle game. And we had like two moments that we could have capitalized on in this game. And this is pretty much a draw, no? King e2. King g3. King f1. And he gets in. The queening squares. The queening square is going to be oh, okay. I think they called it a day. Or no, it's a new they got a new score sheet. They got a new score sheet because it's the 60-second move. It's still a really good outcome, guys. I thought they agreed on a draw. Your first instinct was b5 too. Yeah, it's a tricky move, caveman. What do you think he will feel about this game? I don't know. We could probably call him after the game. He's going with your book. My 50 most regrettable games. Chess is truly brutal. It is. Oh, Joe is trying to get the initiative, but he can just play Rook F1. And Joe is looking at it with his lips pursed. He's like, "Yup, that's a draw. I had a win somewhere, but now it's a draw." And here Joe goes into the corner. And now the opponent can just chill around here. Because we need to move out of the way for our pawn to queen. But this king will always be in opposition. So we will never get the queen. So that's kind of the draw here that's happening. Joe knows it. I'm sure his opponent knows it. They're out of the time crunch. They're out of the pressure that time crunch gives. But it's for a draw. They are in a drawn endgame. You would rather have all this time on your side when you're, calculating for a win. And exactly, this is what's happening. Our opponent is gonna move the king back and forth from f1 to f2 to f1 to f2, and we're never gonna be able to either get our king out of the way for the pawn or get our pawn queened. So we got two issues. That's because it's a corner pawn. It's an edge pawn. If it was something else, we could have danced around the pawn, but it's a corner pawn, and then this type of stuff happens. This type of stuff happens. Nothing wins now. Like this moves into f1, moves into h1, moves into f2. We move the pawn, f1, and it's a stalemate. There is nothing, unfortunately, that saves this game. There is no way, no how, unless he plays king e2. King e2 is the only losing move, and then we get king g1, and then we get to king. Then we get to queen or pawn. But our opponent is not allowing that at all. So either we're gonna be moving this back and forth. Yes, that's what Joe did. He moved it back. Our opponent is gonna repeat. Our opponent's gonna repeat. There we go. Now you can push h3, but we are not gonna be able to get our king out. And that's a draw, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. He pushes the pawn. And if he plays anything other than king f1, it's a win for Joe. But our opponent is not allowing that. King f1. We don't have any other alternative here. Yeah, king g3 doesn't do the trick, because now he's gonna go into our queening square. He's gonna go to king g1. Exactly, that's what he used. And now we have a position. We can give a check even. We can give a cheeky check here. But he's just gonna go into our queening square. And we got no way of doing it. Joe's looking at his opponent. He made like a gesture with his hand of like, what the hell are you still playing on? It's a draw, you know? And it's a draw. They shake hands, ladies and gentlemen. I got really hype. I got really hype at the end, but we got it. Sure, let's call on Discord. All right. That's the live feed gone. Let's see if I can get a call up with Joe. Oh wait, hold on. Hi Joe, 1 second. I have to set you up as a source in OBS, or else we can't hear you. 1 second. Yeah, that was something. That was something. Okay. I put you on screen and capture the sound. And if I crop you a little bit, we should all be Gucci.
Dude, I wanted that win so bad.
I wanted you to win that game so bad as well.
I know you guys must have been hyped for me because this guy's really like high rated.
Yes.
And like I knew he messed up after f6. Like I was like, I'm just winning this pawn.
Yeah.
And then I thought the king and pawn endgame was winning. Apparently it was a draw, but he messed it up and then it was winning. And then I messed it up and it was a draw again. Which is crazy.
Yeah, because you had the king takes at some point, right? And you chose to push the pawn instead.
I don't know why. I wasn't thinking. I was like, okay, now I push my b pawn, and then he comes back and then defends his pawn. I was like,
fuck,
did I just mess this up?
Yeah.
No, even this. Yeah, it really didn't like this d5 idea that I had at the end to get the queens off the board. Like I thought that was just like a winning endgame, but apparently not. Apparently I have to go queen c3 check, but I thought I was like giving up so many pawns. I don't know. So that's a tricky endgame, man. It was like winning and then drawing and then winning again and then drawing again.
Yeah. It was
that's
quite
crazy.
the roller coaster. In the middle game too.
I can't believe I messed that up.
Yeah. No, I mean you played really well. Like everyone was really hyped up for you. In the middle game, you were like eval wise, you were kind of behind, and it must have felt like that way too, because you played queen f6 quite early, and there were some threats of the knight hopping in and forking you on c7, right? At some
Yeah,
point.
yeah. No, I mean, when he played e4, I was just hoping for like an Italian or just anything besides a Roy Lopez.
Yeah,
And so when he played d4, I was like, okay, Scotch, like I'm really happy with this.
yeah,
And then after like this is move like 6 or whatever, when I played Queen f6 immediately to defend g7, like I had never seen knight f5 before
yeah,
on like move 5. Like that was brand new for me. I was like, I've never seen this before. So that's
yeah.
why I started thinking. And I was like, well, I should defend. The computer's saying I should just play d5, which I mean is kind of ridiculous, but
Yeah, it's not a human move, I'd say.
or even d6. Yeah. So queen f6 defend the pawn feels normal. Uh, but yeah, and I feel like I don't even have that much time before my next game. It starts in an hour.
Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah. Any closing thoughts on this game? How do you feel about it, Joe?
I mean, I guess it's a roller. Yeah, I definitely felt like I was like he was like outplaying me in the middle game. But then, like, once the dust settled, like, I kind of traded a lot of his threats away. And especially when we
Yeah,
traded the last, like, night out, I was like, I'm not losing, basically. I was like, this is an equal game, and he's in time pressure.
yeah,
And then, yeah, after he pushed f6, I was like, okay, he messed up, and like, I'm gonna win this. And I was like, just making
yeah,
sure I wasn't blundering a perpetual. Once I got the queens off, I was like, I'm winning this.
yeah,
And then just that last moment, I brain slipped, I guess.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
one moment, one move, really. I don't know.
yeah,
Yeah, I was like, there's no way this is losing. Well, I wasn't losing, but I thought for sure it'd be just winning. But no, I had to take his pawn first, then push the pawn. So
yeah,
that's a big lesson for me.
yeah.
Like I probably like I even knew it was just the moment and the time scramble and the
The time
pressure and
scramble.
all of that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah, I stopped thinking that one
yeah.
move rough, but
It got
that's
down to the wire, man. Like we were on the edge of our seats. It was so close, and we were like, "King takes pawn," and just push the pawn, and you would have had a queen. And then, indeed, he came back and defended the pawn, and that was like what? No. But then, it was a draw, and considering the majority of the game we spent in like a deficit of 1.3 or 1.6 or whatever positionally. There was some ideas with like the pin on the rook, like if his knight moved, you would have just checked with your knight and take his rook, and then he played the bishop there, and the bishop defended that, but then you would still have the same tactic, but you would just take his bishop. Um, and at that point you had knight takes f4, which is like crazy. You know, you put your own queen in a pin. Which is a tricky move. But after that, you had some slippery way of getting out of it. So those were some, you know, tactical
oh
considerations.
no, I was looking at knight takes f4, but I thought he'd just sack his rook for both knights. I was like, there's no way that's good. So
Yeah,
I never seriously was considering knight takes f4,
yeah,
but it definitely was worth looking at. I just didn't think it would work. The computer likes it, but
yeah, yeah,
I don't know. I guess it likes the rook over the two knights for whatever reason, um, yeah, tricky game. But I mean, I can't be too upset, I guess, because the opponent was really high rated. So,
yeah,
but no, obviously, I'd love to have the win. But that was like
yeah.
similar with my last draw that I had. But right now, I'm dead even, basically 3 out of 6. So we've got one game left. So let's see if I
Mm-hmm.
can end on a win. But yeah, thank you so much,
Yeah,
Eskia, for the
yeah. No
commentary. Really
worries.
appreciate it.
No worries. No worries.
And we've got Uncle Jesse closing us out for the seventh and final round in one
Yeah,
hour from now.
exactly. She's doing amazing as well. She casted the first game as well for you. Uh, yeah, good luck for the rest of the tournament, Joe. We're rooting for you. It's a draw, but in our hearts, you've won this one. So keep your head up for the next game and bring him back home. Bring him back home.
Thank you. Yeah, I lost the first round, so hopefully we can win for Uncle Jesse, so she can see a dub.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Also, you should come out next year. It'll be a lot of fun to have you.
I should. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And gamble my entire net worth away in Vegas. No, that's the plan.
Exactly. All right. Well, I guess we'll find someone to raid. But yeah, thanks
Yeah.
again, everyone, for watching, and thanks, Saskia, for the comment.
No, no problem, Joe. Have
Bye.
fun at the rest of the tournament. Good luck.
Thank you. Ooh, Ben and Karen is live with poker. Ben was just here. I guess we'll raid his wife.
Yeah, you're
I'm
on your own
assuming.
channel, so you can just rate wherever you want,
Yeah.
and I can rate
All right. Thanks,
as well.
Saskia.
See you
Bye,
guys.
everyone.
Bye 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 bye.
Bye.
Oh, whoops. All right, I'm gonna rate